Did you want me, Marty, come back. Don't get a sandwich just yet. You want me to do another one? Okay. All right. Hey, everybody out there in Facebook. No, where are we at? Oh, we're in NMRAx land. This is your old buddy Lionel Strang from Modeler's Life. You just, I bet Modeler's Life, modelerslife.com. You just go there and you'll hear all kinds of podcasts. Anyways, Marty wanted me to come on here and remind you that if you like, excuse me, I need my green sunglasses for this part. He wanted me to come on here, waste your time, and tell you that if you want to see more of these NMRAx videos, just click, make sure you subscribe, and then you click this little bell icon, like you always hear Ron from Ron's Trains and Things. Hi, I'm Ron of Ron's Trains and Things. He always says, click the little bell icon, and then you get notifications after you subscribe. How much am I getting paid for this, Marty? Well, do I get a check or something? Wouldn't it be easier if they just mailed? I'm thinking it would be easier if you just mailed the videos to the individuals, but Marty knows better. See ya. Modeler's Life. Follow Modeler's Life too. Bye.
Boy, doesn't a bucket of chicken sound good right now? This is Tony Cook, the co-editor of HO Collector Magazine. If you're enjoying this NMRAx presentation, remember to subscribe to the channel and click the little bell icon, and then you'll receive updates whenever there's new content out. Thanks for viewing.
Welcome back. This is the second part of NMRAx on October the 22nd. I'm Speed, right here at the bottom of the Helix. Our next presenter starts with a very sad record. He flunked French 5 times in middle school and high school. Il n'aime pas le français. Received a high school diploma from PS 231 in the Bronx, graduating ranked 550 out of a class of 600. And the real sad part we care about, he has never received any credits towards being an MMR. I will fill his volunteer sheet in for this clinic. Don't worry. But what matters, he has recently acquired a fairly large room and he is building an HO version of the main Central's Mountain Division. And it needed a Helix. So please welcome another Texan, Bill Eubner.
Thank you, Speed. Good evening, everybody. And that's my clinic. We're going to talk about Helix design and construction and just go over a couple of different techniques that I've come up with. And again, other than one thing, I have literally taken all these ideas from other people. Other than one thing with the track, I've learned from everybody else. There's nothing original here, and I'm going to try to give credit where credit's due. And this picture here that you're seeing is we're going to get to. I'm going to kind of explain how I got to this point, and some of the ideas that I used to come up with my Helix. So very briefly, this is the outline of what I'm going to cover, kind of what's a Helix, go over some design considerations you can go back and review later. Also, how I built the benchwork using some the domino benchwork ideas that Mr. David Barrow of Austin, Texas came up with, which I find really wonderful. And then how I designed the track. And then the two parts that I think are maybe most interesting for people considering a Helix is the fact that I did not make this out of plywood, but out of gator board. And I'll explain that later. And also how I did the track using a fast track jig. That's the one part I've never seen anybody else do specifically for a Helix. So we'll cover that last. So let's get started. First thing, real briefly, I never wanted a Helix. I don't like Helixes. There's a bunch of negatives to them. We got a list here. It's hidden track, and I just don't like hidden track. However, there are some positives, and it allows you to basically double the main line. So if you've got 2 levels, if you had a main line on the top that was 100 feet, essentially you can double that, not exactly, by adding a second level. Other people, like the moderator here, Speed, use Helix or Helixes, I'll just say Helixes, as a place to have staging tracks. I mean, it's everybody, you do you, I'll do me. I love staging tracks. You can never have enough, but I don't like them hidden. I don't want turnouts where I can't get to them. I just don't want hidden tracks. So I basically use the Helix to go from one level to the next. That's it. And as Bertie Wooster would say, resist the temptation. Don't do it, laddie. See if anybody gets that reference. But the other advantages or something that you can do with the Helix is that if you've got a turnaround loop, and this is going to be the important part of the design aspect, if you've got a turnaround loop or a node in your track design, you can actually nestle the Helix in that portion of the layout without eating up any space. And these Helix do take up space. But the key reason I'm actually doing this is that sometimes a two-dimensional design, at least for model railroad purposes, doesn't enable you to travel easily with the track. You have to have a duck under or a lift out or something, which I don't want and I won't have. Those are just non-negotiables. So it basically allows you to go from Euclidean type geometry, 2-dimensional, to non-Euclidean geometry, which is 3-dimensional. And I'll show why that can be so important. In designing this, I really recommend you go to this website. I put it up here. It's free. You just go to it. I probably visited it at least 10 times. And on there, they have a Helix calculator planning tool, and it's just there. And what it does is you basically figure out what's your minimum track radius. In my case, it's going to be 30 inches. The height of the train basically means how tall is your engine, or how tall is your highest car. And you can do it in terms of metric or inches. It's agnostic with respect to that. You can do either one. And then the other variable you need is what's the total height to climb, meaning what's the difference between the top and the bottom levels. And once you get that, then what you're really trying to find out is what would the grade be, and how many rings in that helix do you need. And the grade obviously is very important, because grade and tight curves don't go together very well. But with the program, it allows you to play a lot of quick what if questions. And one of the things you need to figure out is what's the maximum grade your weakest engine that's going to go up and down is gonna do. So when I did this, I used my 30 inches that's been my minimum radius for the entire layout. And this is HO standard gauge. And again, just an example. And then I'm going to look at the difference between the two bench heights. The top one's going to be 50 and the bottom one's going to be 31. And I'm going to come back to that and discuss levels for different bench works, or different levels with respect to using a helix. So in this case, the delta is 19 inches. And the distance between rings, basically, it ends up being 4 inches, but I put 3 inches for the top, the most I need for a car, and then it figures out I get 4 inches, which is plenty, because that gives me room for the train, the car, and the support structure. And then what the computer does is it kicks out, hey, the grade's 2%, and you're going to need 4.75 rings. So this is kind of a printout of what it looks like, very briefly. You just put the variables in, and it kicks out and calculates, hey, this is what you're going to end up with. You play a lot of what-if games with this program. It's really wonderful. So just shoot that out there. So now I want to talk about what does a helix do in general with respect to a layout design. And I'm a big proponent of, and it's not really, I don't think his idea, but Tony Koster uses the term a sincere layout design, which means that you only go through a scene once. You don't go back and forth on different levels. You just go through the scene once. And I like that, because trains just go from point A to point B, or they go out to B and then come back, whatever. But you go through the scene once. You only see one part of the layout at a time. And I think Mr. David Barrow and others have said, basically, bench work designs your layout. Your track doesn't design your layout. Basically, your layout is where you can put bench work and where you can accommodate people and aisleways and all that kind of stuff. So just looking very briefly at this, assuming that piece of paper is the footprint of a room, on a one-level layout, the best way generally is just go around walls. You got plenty of room, and as long as you get into the center, it's a sincere layout. It goes from A to B, and you only go through once. But say you want to use the center of a particular room, well, then you've got some options. One way is to put these nodes in, which is you kind of go into the middle of the room and come back out. And there's two examples here, assuming A is a separate footprint and B is a completely, the same space, but doing something different. They're not related. And as you can see, on the first one, you got 2 nodes, and on the B, you got 1 node. And if you want to maximize your, length of main line, they're essentially the same. They're not all that different, but one is better, demonstrably better than the other. So think through what you think it would be. Well, the answer is B. These nodes are a pain. And if you could, you really don't want them. They're hard to scenic because you're looking at the train from kind of the wrong angle. So you want to limit the number. So in example B, you've only got 1. So it's a superior design. But then what happens, and we're going to come back to that design aspect. Let's say, as I do, you've got a Y, and all 3 points are active, meaning you want to have trains go from A to B, B to C, C to A, etc. In the real world, on a prototype, these are really quite common. And for model railroaders, they're wonderful ways of generating traffic, because you can interchange between all 3 points, whether they're the same railroad or 2 different railroads, meaning an intra-railroad exchange or an inter-railroad exchange. There's different ways to do it. But as you can see, with that little guy here is a plan view. Here's you controlling your train. Well, if your train comes here, but you want to go to C, suddenly you got to have a duck under, on one level, you got a duck under or a lift out. And I'm like, no, I don't want to go there. So one of the ways people have gotten around it is to just say, you know what, I'm just going to build A to B and build it as if C's there, but don't really model it. So I've got, length of bench work. And for many applications, this is a great solution, because you can have all the interchange, setting off cars and picking up cars as if there's a branch line there or another railroad, industrial siding. Plenty of people have done it. I've done it. It works great. You can even put a diamond in there, all kinds of neat stuff. But we're still thinking 2-dimensionally. You're still doing Euclidean geometry here, just a flat surface. So reach back to where I talked about the nodes. So if you're trying to build a layout into the middle of a room, you're probably going to end up with a node. Well, those take up a bunch of real estate, and they just go around or whatever. Well, that's a perfect place to put a helix if you're going to have a helix. And I've worked at it many different ways, whether it's in a corner or this or that. You're already using up this space with a big node. Nestle the helix inside of it. And the first place I saw this was, and others have done it, was Jack Ozanich, late Jack Ozanich, wonderful guy. He had done this, and I'll come back to his layout in a little bit, where his layout was just like I had described. He had modest basement, and he had one loop in the middle there, and that's where he put his helix that went down to a lower level, which was essentially a branch line. So he went from a 2-dimensional solution to a 3-dimensional solution. And in this example, obviously you can go around on the top level from A to B, or you come in, you interchange and say, well, I'm going to go to C, and suddenly you're going down or up regardless. And suddenly this Y is live in all 3 directions. And the beautiful part about it is when C comes down, you can either put it over here on this side or that side. But in either case, there's no duck unders. You just walk around the other side here, or just wait here for it to come down. So no duck unders and no lift outs. So kind of problem solved. Thank you, Jack Ozanich. God bless you, sir. So this is kind of putting the 2 ideas together, where you've got, a space, and you could, again, nothing wrong with having one level. But if you've got a Y and you want it live to all 3 places, suddenly this helix makes more sense. And again, if you're limited for space, suddenly you can double it this way. And if you've got a turnaround, boom, put that helix right in the middle of it, rather than over here or in the corner. I've played around with it, and there's lots of problems with it. So if you got your node up here anyway, or your polyp, boom, put the helix in there, in my humble opinion. So just the last thing, this is point 3, which has to do with the height considerations and that's the one issue I've always had, a negative that I've had with modules, is that you've got to compromise, or apparently you've got to compromise the height of the layout. Meaning there's, as there's really 2 options. The first one is what I think a lot of people do, which is a compromise, which is, well, the top level is really higher than I want, so maybe I put some little stepping areas where you can reach up and look, and then the lower level is a little lower than you'd want. You're kind of reaching in, and your back hurts, and you bump your head in the top level. again, it works. I've operated many layouts this way. They're fine. They're great. But the other one I suggest is, and again, I saw this at Jack Ozanish's layout many years ago, where he had his layout. Much of it was kind of at this what we would consider a normal level, and it went up and down. He had gradients, etc. And so the top level essentially was, roughly the 50-inch. It could have been 54 at some place or 48 in another. But for sake of argument, it was 50 inches. He then had a helix to get down to a branch line. So he had, and there was a Y there too. Doesn't have to be a Y, but it was a branch line that kind of came in. If it was all in one level, you would have had a duck under. But he put it down, you go down this helix, and you came out, and then you're at the second level. But what he did is he went down to basically tabletop level, which is 30 inches, 31 inches above the floor, which seems low. But what he did was, you don't switch across the whole part of the layout. Basically, you're going to stay in one place and switch cars. And that's exactly what he did. He had this one area that was, heavily into switching, was a branch line. But the operator would just go there and sit at a nice little, office swivel chair on wheels, switch the cars. And it was very comfortable because it was like you're doing it at a table, 30 or 31 inches. It seemed, quite appropriate. So again, there's two options there. I'm not saying one's better than the other. I mean, I like option 2, but it's something you got to think about. So I just one of the issues I had, because I've never built a Helix before, was, man, the train just goes in there forever and it never comes out, and how long is it going to take? So before you build one, and I'm not going to go through the calculations here, but this is how you can kind of determine, once you get your parameters, how long is it going to take to run through everything. And so, this is the calculations you can make. But if you would, Speed, would you run my video? This is running at full speed, and I'll talk about why I did it at full speed. So, Speed, could you run my 1-minute video if you got it there?
Give Brett 3 seconds.
All right. So I promise I don't normally run my trains that way. And if I came to your house, I guarantee you I would not run your equipment that way. I just show that as kind of an example. It took a little over a minute to go up basically 4 3/4 segments or circumferences. And I ran it at full speed. And if you noticed it, I pushed the car, and I've done it up or down. And that was a technique a friend of mine called Ron King taught me years ago, was when you want to check your track work, you don't put your best engine on. You kind of put your most wonky engine out there, and you put your lightest cars, and then you push it through the track work as fast as you can. And you do it a number of times, and you maybe put some other cars, and you're going to find some errors that you may not see with your eyes. So that was just kind of an example. It still took a minute, but normally it would take about two and a half minutes to go up and down, which is long, but oh well. The way I've always done it was when I went to a Helix, I just got my car cards together, a switch list together, went to the next town, and waited for the train to arrive while I was sorting out the cars and figuring out what to do. But it is a constraint. The other thing is, even though we're doing a clinic here, or I'm doing a clinic here on the Helix, I wanted to touch briefly on how I do bench work. And I'm basically using domino bench work. I'm basically just whole cloth, mostly copying the ideas of Mr. David Barrow there down in Austin. And I know Mr. Riley Triggs, who's been on this program before, is a wonderful guy, very gracious. He let us operate at his house, is doing something similar. And what it is you build these dominoes, modules really. And the standard is what you see here. This is the basis of my layout, is 18 inches by 48 inches. Why 48 inches? Because plywood comes 48 inches by 96. And the other thing you see is I'm building it on my bench work, or on a table with all my tools around. I've got lights there. I've got my coffee. I've got my soldering iron. And I'm not underneath it. I'm not reaching down. On either side, I've got tools. And this kind of shows you what I'm doing. And that engine is there just to test, because before I certify this piece, I've run that engine through those turnouts over and over just to make sure everything is perfect before I kind of say this is good enough. And as you can see, I've got my soldering iron there. It's easy to get to. And by doing this, I'm able to solder all of the feeders to the back of the rail. And then the beauty part is, boom, I want to do the wiring. I just flip it up and I'm sitting on my chair with the music on, drinking a cup of coffee or an adult beverage if you want, putting in all my switch machines, and easy peasy. It all works. I'm not underneath the layout anymore with a soldering iron, getting solder in my eye. All of that ends. And here's a piece that I've traveled with. I moved these things over 1,000 miles. They move real well. I basically just wrap them up with shrink wrap, and they're good to go. And one person, meaning me, I can lift these and carry them around. And it's Mr. Barrow's proven it works, but I've tried it as well. So let's get back to the Helix. For my Helix, I've got 4 pieces of bench work. And the Helix itself is 6 feet by 6 feet. Again, it's not about my Helix, but how to do it. But using the concept of the dominoes, this one here is a little off spec for me, but it's 12 inches by 6 feet, or 72 inches. And there's 2 of them. And there's 2 others that are 1 foot by 4 foot. And that allows me to create a cube, basically, of 6 feet by 6 feet. And here's the legs. Some are short, some are long. And I, create all these out in my little wood, temporary wood shop out in the garage. So all the messes down there, I'm not doing it, in where the train room is, making a mess down there. And just real briefly, when he did all his wonderful articles on the dominoes, he never really said, well, how do you get the material to build them, or what would it, he just said it's birch plywood, 3.5 by 48 inches, but he never really said how to do it. I'm assuming he paid somebody with a table saw. I don't like table saws. I've owned them. I just kind of throw this in here. These track saws are amazing. No dust and extremely safe. You'd have to really be working at it to hurt yourself, and you can get exact repetitive pieces, everything, whatever it is. If you want 3.5, whatever it is, do millimeters, inches, it doesn't matter. And it's way safer. And to me, it's much easier than a table saw. And this is just a cutting table, a temporary cutting table I've got to do all this stuff. And this kind of shows the arrangement here, how to do it. And as part of the system, again, real briefly, it's just a poor man's dust collection system. It's just a shop vac. This thing here, it collects all the dust. And I've got a relay up here. So when I trigger the switch, it turns on the vacuum, sucks up all the dust, problem solved, without a lot of money. And I just dump the plywood out here from my truck. And I end up with this stock material, 3.5 by 48, and it's way superior to dimensional level we can get here in North America. It's got to be worse everywhere else. And this is actually cheaper and much better and much more stable. So enough of the bench work. I just thought I'd go off on a tangent there. The other thing I want to point out is, designing the Helix, and this is beyond just doing a Helix. There's this program, anyrail.com. I think the guy's out of the UK, and he's just an individual like the rest of us. So I'm sure he's a modeler, but he's got a great marketing scheme, and that is, he says, "Oh, you get to try this, and you get to move, track for like 60 moves or something." I did it until I couldn't do it anymore. And I was so addicted. I gave him essentially $60 or whatever it was back in the day. I couldn't do it fast enough. The thing was so addicting. And I used to literally be a professional draftman. It was only 3 years ago I got rid of my drafting table because I know how to do it so well. And I've always resisted the computer aspect because I could do it so quickly. And I'm just doing one-off stuff at this point. But this was really neat stuff. And it allows you to pick specific manufacturers of track and stuff. And having used it, it is dead accurate. And what I end up with is I'll print out the design, and this is a yard, and then I paste it, as David Barrow did, to these pieces of cardstock that you kind of move around like game pieces. And so, like, for example, here, each square is 3/4 inch equals 1 foot. And forgive me, I wish I could do all this in metric, but we're idiots here in the United States. I love metric. Anyway, but there are 3 4-foot modules here. And literally with this, I can lay out on those 4-foot modules exactly where the track goes. And this program's so accurate, it said, "Hey, what kind of turnouts you got? Fast track number 6? Okay." And having used this over and over, it's really accurate. And it immediately, it goes red. It tells you immediately, "Hey, you're cheating. Your radius is off. It's not connecting." Not a big issue for me. I've been a draftsman, know how to do it. But for so many other people, it's a real challenge. And the learning curve on this is really tiny. And it's very addicting if you like to design things. But anyway, I just use that program, print this out. And this is kind of what you end up with is, here's one of the helixes, or this is I do a lower level and I did an upper level. And this kind of shows you my planning board, where here's like the train room. And I've got my little movable pieces. And again, I give credit to Mr. David Barrow and all of this. These are all his ideas that I found really fun and useful. And in this example, like, this is the lower level. And so it's coming up, and it's going up to Helix, et cetera, et cetera. But what I've also done is I've got 2 main lines for other railroads that are going around the bottom. They don't change elevation. They just go from here to here. And they normally would have to go around here anyway, meaning I'd have to have some nodule here to turn all these things around. Well, what did I do? I put them right in with the Helix. It just expanded it out an inch or two. But I was able to use that concept of a return loop, so to speak, relatively quickly right there. So that kind of shows you what we've got. One of the key things that I did to build this is that instead of plywood, the track board itself is this 5.2 millimeter gator board. And it's a little tricky to get. I mean, it's out there, but there's a lot of imitators that are selling junk. And again, not my idea. This guy, you can see the website. I'm not related to him. I don't know the guy, but he's got these great ideas, and he's monetized some of this. So if you're interested in this, go to his site. He uses laser cutters to cut out the pieces, etc. Give him some business. The guy was wonderful. So I saw what he was doing, said, yeah, I can do some of that myself. So what I did is these pieces, I think, are 2 foot by 3 or 18, no, 2 foot by 4 foot, I guess. And for about $200, I got 10 sheets, which was enough for me to build the whole Helix, which is maybe comparable to plywood. I don't know, except it's way lighter and easier to work with. So I'm just going to go through some of this quickly. I put two pieces together, and I've got it laid out on a piece of plywood. And I basically swing arcs, and I'll show you, depending whatever, again, it depends what your radii are going to be. And so I do one side, and then this, I'll come back to this. Notice how the pivot point is not in the middle of that trammel stick, but it's on the edge, and that's going to become important later. Forget about all the measurements, and if you ever do it, get a straighter stick than this dollar piece of junk I found at the hardware store. But then what I do is I put little notches, and then the outer part of the circuit is going to be 31, 27 and a half. There's my center line. Put the pivot in, boom. And I'll come back to this. I also put it on the plywood because when we glue these together, you need this. And I just use my drafting pen, and on the gator board, just swing all these arcs. And normally the 30 inches should be in the middle, but I had clearance issues on the outside, so I kind of moved it a little bit to the out. That's fine. Do what you want to do. And allows me to know where to track. That's the center line of the track, the 30-inch mark there. And this is why the pivot point is on the outside of the swing rod or the trammel, so that when you get to the edge, this has got to be 90 degrees tangent to the outer curve, where if you had the point here, it's going to be off. And it's very critical that you get it just right. And by doing it this way, it works. And I've done the proof of I've done it. It works perfectly. So that's 90 degrees right there to the to the radius, to the circumference. Again, here's a pivot point, swinging the arcs, getting them as close as I can, measuring between, to maximize the use of the material. There's one side, everything's on there. It's dirty, who cares? My drafting teacher's probably long dead. Those little pieces there are the splices that I'm going to use to splice these pieces together. And again, here's two sheets, almost no waste. Everything's being used here. So once you get it laid out, then you got to get busy. This cuts, it won't cut with a utility blade. I've tried. Just get a regular saber saw like this, and with a fine blade, and it cuts really easy. It goes very, very quickly. It's less dense than plywood, much less of a racket and mess than plywood, way easier. And you basically get this really pretty clean. There's no chip out, and you just go. Just break it up in a couple of days. And the way I lay it out, there's very little waste. And slowly over time, I keep getting these pieces, and my Prussian background is very pleased because I waste so little material. I'm cutting out the pieces that are going to join it. Again, more and more I get it. And then at the end, I just very quickly take the sander and knock off any high pieces. It's not a lot of work to do it. Very, very quick on that respect. Then I get all the pieces. Make sure I've got that cut exactly on that line. Again, using that track saw again for that purpose. So these are all cut 90. And then suddenly I've got all these pieces, and now you got to go to work, which actually goes very quickly. You just splice them together using super glue in these little joints. And this is the bottom. You can put them on the top, but I'm putting these on the bottom of these. And it glues up pretty quick. And I lay it out on the plywood, nice flat surface. And I've drawn all the circles. As you can see, I've drawn the circles on the plywood. So I know that when these butt together, that they're going to create a perfect circle, like right there. Boom. And so I keep going, and I got one loop, put that up there. Looks like a big halo or a wreath. Suddenly I get basically 5 circles, and then I glue them all together. And this is easy to lift. And again, if you go to that guy's website, you'll see it. He's got track on it and everything. Very light, and it's movable. You ever want to move it, easy to do. So I've got that. Again, you can see all the joints, and it's all perfectly a perfect circle. Again, doing everything by hand. This is where we're going to get to. Just to give you a heads up, this is what we're going to get to. But I use these MDF uprights here. And that's the hardest part, is actually putting this all together. But it's not all that difficult. He uses the gator board to do it. I tried it. It's not strong enough. But essentially, You do this with MDF or a piece of plywood. And if these pieces were wider, if I had more room, it would have worked. But essentially, that's all you do is put 4-inch gaps in it. Now we're to the bench work here and kind of putting it together. Here's the lower level. And that's the first piece going in. Again, all this is just temporary right now because it's going to get moved. And here's the bottom of the bench work with the bus wires in there. And this is a key, I think, is that every piece of bench work's got this, where you can, the two buses come together and you can connect between the two modules. So there's a link, there's like a 12-foot or 12-inch piece of wire that goes from here to here. And you can easily disconnect it if you ever get lost. And everything is done the same. The screws are the same, so it's easy to fix everything. But that's the bottom of it, essentially. So we're back to the actual Helix. And this is where it takes some time and it can get tedious. But the key is this, and I'll come back to this at the very end, is notice that I'm not using flex track, but instead I'm using, and this is the idea that I came up with, I'm using a fast track jig, and this has got a 30-inch radius curve in there. And I'm basically building the track, and I bend the rail with this rail roller over here to get essentially 30 inches. And I slowly build the track. And as I build it, I lift it out of the jig and slowly move this whole serpentine thing up the Helix. And guess what? It actually worked because it's such a smooth surface. And because it's one piece, I didn't have joints across from one another and all the other problems you have with flex track. I know you can do it, but you got to go in there and you got to solder it. And is it straight? Is it, whatever. Anyway, this worked really better than I even could have hoped for. But as I did it, the thing you got to do, and it's not shown here, is you better have your multi-tester handy, because every foot of track as you finish a piece, get your multi-tester out and make sure you didn't build in a short, because if you have to go back and look, you'll have to start all over again. So constantly check that you haven't flipped one of these ties and gotten a short. So this is kind of where we're going with this. As you can see, it goes up. And all this is temporary. All this bench work is just like David Barrow. They're just held together with C-clamps. And that's how his whole layout is. And all of this is going to be pulled down and moved into the train room once I've got that fully prepped. And the hardest part is getting these put in. But it's all doable. And right now, they're just held in with rubber bands. Eventually, I'll use a little super glue. I'll get them perfectly straight and get some super glue. But just proof of the concept. These are just rubber bands holding the whole thing. Guess what? It works. So once I glue it, it'll be just perfect. And again, just build it up, and then I build the box for the top level. And this is kind of what we end up with. And notice here's my multi-tester. And believe me, I made use of it and did find shorts, but was able to correct them very quickly. And so so this is the bottom level at 31. This is going to be 50 inches. So it kind of gives you an idea where we're going with this. And again, all of this is just screwed. There's no glue. There's really no glue on any of this. All this is just simple screws and a couple of clamps. So all of this can quickly be disassembled, moved into the train room when I'm ready. And again, that's something that Barrow did with his domino design, was just no glue, make it so you can move things and reuse things. So again, there's other ways of doing it. This is just one way. And then what happens then is I'll start putting on, eventually it's just going to be a big box. I'm using 1/4-inch birch plywood pre-painted and just going to kind of encapsulate the entire Helix. And the top of this is above anybody's eye. So it'll be open underneath so you can come in here and stand up. But if you're standing over here, you're not going to be able to see anything. And just another, picture of, putting this together. And everything is, with the bench work, is just made uniform, all of the access holes. So everything lines up. As you can see, here's the wire coming in from one bus wire to the next. So I power at one place and the whole thing gets powered. Again, just kind of a picture what it looks like on the inside. Hopefully I won't have to go in there. I don't want to live there like Speed does. This I was just fooling around with if I left some of it open on the top. I've decided not to do this. Eventually I'm going to box the whole thing in where you don't see any of this. And this is kind of where I've been. But eventually all this is just going to be closed in. I'll have a little opening so I can get to that turnout and that over there. I leave this open because tracks are going to come off of here and then off of here and here. And I'll get to that, close that all off once the other modules are built and, are ready to go. And eventually, I don't know if anybody that's familiar with physics has heard of Schrodinger's cat and the box that Schrodinger put his hypothetical cat in. And that's how I want to think of my Helix, which is the train will go in at one location and don't think about what's going on inside. It has to do with it's almost like quantum physics. Don't worry about the train. It's in there. It may die. It may not. You don't care. Just basically move on to the next place where the train is going to come out. It will show up. And don't worry about what's going on the inside. I know people want to look and all that, but work on your cards, etc., to determine what you want to do. Again, the last part of the clinic is I use that jig from Fast Tracks and to do it. And if you've never used his products, man, this guy's just really innovative. And I always just try to discuss how wonderful his products are and what they've done. And all my turnouts are hand thrown using the bullfrogs that he's developed. And again, this is how I built the track. I get to sit right here. All my tools are right here. The soldering iron, the multi-tester is off to the side, and I could just sit there and slowly build this thing and just slowly push it up with the jig there. And it actually worked. I had never seen anybody do it, and it worked. So I was really pleased with that. And it was easier to do than trying to bend flex track. And I think we're coming to the end of it here. And I wasn't sure at this top level whether I was going to have it visible or not. So I kind of stopped using the jig and went back to microengineering flex track. And it's kind of bonus question. Does anybody see anything different about that, the track itself? It's kind of a messy picture, but I was trying to document for myself how I was doing things. Again, a couple more pictures. And that's it. Speed, it's back to you.
Don't stop on the arrow. Thank
So
you.
Speed, yeah.
Okay, first question, plural of Helix.
Helix I.
Good enough.
I don't know. Hey, I'm the guy that flunked French 5 times, so I'm not. I didn't do so well in English either. So, yeah, you're talking to the wrong guy.
What are those pieces of red and black electric tape on the bottoms and sides of your modules?
Let me just see if I can. Can I flip back? You mind if I flip? Okay, let me go back. See what you're talking about. Let me see if a picture. All right, so you see on the top of this benchwork, there's a black and there's a red. Keep going back, and I'll show you why this is important. Again, other people have come up with this. I've wired too many layouts myself. I've helped many other people wire, and it's like, how do I dumb it down where I can't make mistakes? And let me find a picture. All right, notice black tape, red tape, black bus wire, red bus wire, feeder wires, black, red, red. Again, this could be front, it could be back. We don't know. We don't care. but it has to be consistent. And I've made too many errors, and I made one error, and I've seen everybody else make errors. Keep it simple, stupid. And I literally, on every module, there's an indication of what I'm trying to do, because you'll flip it up and around and you'll forget which color it is. So when you drop feeders, everything where it needs to be.
Do you know the average cost of a Helix?
Yikes. I have the let me see. The Gator board was about $200. The plywood, maybe, I did all that with one piece I think was more than enough. So that's $85. And then you got some uprights, and then the track. And that's the issue, because on that website, he used some prefab like Cato or Atlas modular type track, which is a neat idea, but it's super expensive, more money than I'm willing to spend. So whatever your track is, but it's a lot of track. It's like 90 feet of track or more. So a couple $100. It's not cheap, and it's an investment in time. It did take a lot of time.
Okay, since you mentioned track, you said there was something special about your track at the top there.
Oh, that was the question, is let's see if I can go find here. Use this as an example. And this is something, this is something I harp on. Notice the track. It's not dull it's not shiny plastic, right? It's painted, but notice it obviously was not painted on the module. What does it mean? Every piece of track was pre-painted before I put it down. I've never seen anybody else do it. Everybody else takes these silly Rust-Oleum cans, and after the track's down, they fill their room with this noxious stuff. I take my airbrush and I pre-paint every piece of track before I put it down. And then I just touch it up with a little brush, and I airbrush everything with a formula of Tamiya paint that I came up with that kind of matches the rail brown. And every time I look at it, I see somebody building something, it's always they come out with a big spray can after the track's down, and it's a big mess. Just airbrush it ahead of time.
Do you super elevation in your on your track in the Helix?
It's I actually didn't. I actually thought about it, and it would be really easy to do, to take just strips of, like, it depends on the gauge or the scale rather. Just simple, like styrene, 10 mil or 20 mil, and just put it on the outer edges of the ties. I thought about doing it, and I can always go back and put it in, but I just laid it on there flat, and it's just kind of held in there for right now with some double-sided tape, I think, and it worked perfect. And it was the proof of concept was I'm running that thing as fast as anything's going to ever go, and nothing's hitting the floor, and that was good enough for me. Super elevation looks good, but again, this is hidden. You're not going to see it. So as long as it works, don't care. If it's going to be seen, that's a great idea. But if this thing works, it's just extra work, I think.
How did you transition from that grade in the Helix to the level straight tracks in the track at the bottom, and same thing at the top?
Okay, what I did is that on the Gator board, that last piece, basically I sanded it down. So because the Gator board's roughly 1/4 of an inch thick, 5.2 mil thick. So I just kind of I took my sander and sanded it down, so it got fairly close to it. And again, it's essentially flex track. But I didn't have much of a problem with that. I did that in the top side too. I just ran it into the plywood in the top, and then put a joint, where the joint was, and really didn't have any trouble, and it worked, perfectly. And this stuff's really easy to sand. So if you got to adjust a little bit, it's a lot easier than if you had to sand some plywood.
Are you building double level modules? What's coming out of this at the top of the Helix?
Okay, what I'm going to do is it depends on a lot of areas. It's like if I'm going to have, if there's a place where there's like a yard and there's a town beneath it, I'm actually going to hang the top level off with 1/8 inch threaded rod, and the bottom one will just have legs, and or I can hang them off, and that's a separate thing. You know, and I have to deal with the same problems everybody else does with two levels. You got to put lights in, but I've come up with different ideas of doing that. But a lot of times it's just track that's unscenic going from point A to B. I can actually just nestle it in the legs on the upper surface if it's in the bottom.
Now that you mentioned the threaded rods, what's your thought on people building helices with threaded rods?
You know, I looked at those, and at first, you know, I watched some videos, and I always thought, man, that's the greatest idea. And again, I got to give a shout out to the late Jim Hediger. I think he was the one that came up with these ideas. I'm glad he did, because I wouldn't have come up with this. I've seen those and I've watched videos. It's way more work. And it's almost like you're building it to drive your Chevy on. It's like, no, these are like little 14-ounce engines. It's overkill. I mean, if you want to sit there and adjust it, it was like, this was just, you know, pieces of masonite, you know, easy peasy. Yeah, you can do it, but to me, it's overkill with these 1/4-inch bolts and stuff. It's like, yeah, we're not driving a Chevy on it.
So you mentioned the secret for keeping your cars from derailing.
Oh man, I got to charge everybody. Again, my friend Ron Kink showed me this, and it's worked. I had trouble in a layout way back when. I think minimum radius 42 inches, and I know how to lay track, and I still had derailments. And I was like, Ron, the track's perfect. What's the solution? Solution is you get free rolling, really free rolling trucks, and in my case, they're Atlas. I know Intermountain makes something similar. I mean, everything's different. And they're very, very free rolling. And there's no, and this is a secret. There's no slop between the side frames and the wheel. And that's where you get derailments, is when there's slop. And a lot of Cadies and others, to me, there's slop, and they would end up derailing. And then I literally went on my entire fleet and replaced everything and put Atlas on. And when you do it, you literally can run around at 100 miles an hour backwards, and as long as your track's good, which mine is, you won't have derailments. So nobody ever talks about that, and he was a machinist, and he caught it, and it really, really works.
Well, Bill, that brings us to the end of the questions, and thank you for talking about a topic that's so close to my environment. Thank you very much. I just have to give you a note that since I know the head of the standards and conformances right now, we're working on a new NMRA standard to ensure that all helices would support life. You know, little fridge, computer, monitors, proper air venting. So you might reconsider building your next one to make it NMRA compliant.
Okay, Speed.
For all those watching, Bill might hop over to the breakout room. He has a link for that. I believe it's werby.com/OMRG. And if Andy is online, could you please post that in Facebook and YouTube for the viewers? Thank you, Bill.
Thank you, Speed. Good night, everybody.
Welcome. Welcome. I'm Speed at the bottom of the Helix. Our next presentation is by a 32-year resident of Hawaii. He lives on the windward coast with his wife, 6 horses, 2 cats, 45 or so chickens, and a border collie, Jazz. A consummate layout builder, the latest project has focused on 2 towns and a branch line between them on the island of Oahu. His interests range from design, history, kit and scratch building, scenery, and electronics, including battery-powered locomotives or dead rail. This double-deck railroad has been under construction for several years and far from complete, but we keep him up to date by giving us a presentation every so often here on NMRAx to keep us up to date. So please welcome architect Neil Erickson. Sorry.
Thanks, Speed. Hey, good day, Brad, and welcome everybody. When I created this video, I was sort of like imagining how to draw up the United States. I started out kind of slowly, and eventually as I got to East Coast, they got faster and faster. So bear with me, and if you have questions, I'll be here. Thanks so much. Roll the video, Brad.
Welcome to the Oahu Railway. My name is Neil Erickson. I'm modeling the Oahu Railway and Land Company branch from Waipahu to Wahiawa. And I found it very fascinating looking into this when I started looking at railroads to model. And my interest in narrow gauge really peaked after seeing what actually happened essentially in my neighborhood. I wanted to give you an idea of what the railroad is about, a little bit about its history, and why I chose this branch to model. This image was very inspirational from next stop, Honolulu. I contacted Jim Chittock, who models the Oahu Railway as well, and asked him if I could use this image because I think it really spurs my imagination and it shows the romance of the railway running across and through the rice fields, sugarcane fields, taro fields, and up into the pineapple fields through the sugarcane into the interior of the island. But I'm getting a little ahead of myself. Here we go. For those who don't know, Hawaii is actually formed of 8 islands, right? The big island, Hawaii Island, down in the lower right, Maui and the surrounding islands of Lanai, Ko'olawi, Molokai, and then Honolulu or Oahu is where Honolulu is located. And far to the northwest is Kauai and Ni'ihau. The island of Oahu is where the state capital is, and it's the seat of the island. But when this railway, the Oahu Railway, was formed, the capital was on the big island of Hawaii in Hilo, near where I live now. Just as a quick aside, there was a railroad on the Big Island that was also built by the same people that built the Oahu Railway, the same gentleman, in fact, and it was the only standard gauge railroad in the state. But I found the allure of narrow gauge too appealing. The island of Oahu, or Oahu, is not large, but the railroad ran from Honolulu all the way out to the left here to the west, cut and a point, and around to the other side and ended at Kahala Mall, or excuse me, Kahala Mill. Yeah, there is a Kahala Mall, but it's not the same thing. The mill, sugar mill. So the railroad is really intended to serve the areas along the line and primarily hauled sugarcane. But it wasn't the first railway in the state. The first railroad was on Maui and then the Big Island. They were both narrow gauge, 3-foot gauge lines. But on Oahu, the first railroad was a horse-drawn carriage. These are actually mules. So I guess you could say this is 2 horsepower, very small. But I really love this picture outside the Palace of the Queen. And it shows the dress of period of the day around the 1860s. You can see the unusual women's hats, but the men's pretty much wore flat tops or cowboy hats if that was their job. most gentlemen wore flat tops. And it was interesting that during this area, many gentlemen wore jackets, ties. Somewhere along the line, the island became really interesting to those traveling there, and people traveling by merchant ships such as Benjamin Franklin Dillingham landed on Oahu on a merchant ship in 1865 and went to explore the island on horseback. The story is he fell off the horse and broke a leg, and he couldn't return on the merchant ship. So he kind of fell in love with the island and began working in different places until he found a hardware store that took him on. And he stayed there for several years until he was able to buy it from the owners. So they must have been very benevolent owners, because I can't imagine a merchant seaman having that much money. But he changed the name to Dillingham and Company. And then in 1896, he petitioned the government to build a railway, because he saw that after the introduction of artesian wells out in the Eva Plains, which is along the west coast of the island, very arid area, they could bring water to the surface. And with water, irrigation was possible, fields were possible. It was possible to build homes and towns out there. So the Oahu Railway and Land Company was formed, I believe, for the most part, to sell land. So the government gave him a charter to build a railroad, but essentially where he was offered to build it was where there was no land. So by using coral, he was able to build up the right-of-way from Honolulu Harbor all the way out past Pearl Harbor and beyond around to Kaena Point, as I said earlier. And he started by building a railway station right in Honolulu that was real typical of the time and pretty much showed a lot of his ancestry. And this is typical of a lot of the buildings along the line at that time, had a lot of European influence. So remember, this is around 1896, and he wanted to get actually he had a bet to get the railway started before his birthday. And in order to do that, he ended up buying a plantation engine and shipping it over to get here in time. And they did run 1 mile on his birthday, so he could win the bet. Well, this photo says 1890, but I don't think it was quite that early. The interesting things about this is beyond the railway shed there, or the car shed, and off to the left up in the center is that railway station that you saw in the previous picture. This car shed is unique, and you'll see it in later photographs, but right in front of it you'll see that the railway switch is very different from the kind you see today, and they actually bent the rails to move from track to track. This was called a stub switch, as opposed to the kind we use today that use points. You actually bending the rails, the term came from that. On the left over here, you can see a workman's building, right, where they would have probably workers on the railroad come and they could have a place to sit and talk and manage the others. And in between the two, looks like some form of stockyard where maybe they held mules or donkeys that worked on the line. And on the far right, which is kind of hard to see, but up on a pedestal, it looks like there's an outhouse. And it wasn't uncommon simply to be right over a waterway, for better or worse. The railway, again, was built on all this coral fill, as you can see all throughout it. They had to bring all this fill material in. So you can see the large coral on the right, and then the ballast and everything else was much finer ground coral. It traveled out along the railway past, Aiea and out toward Waipahu, past Pearl City, and it again was all built on fill. And you can see on one side, the right-hand side, it looks like taro. On the left side, looks like rice fields. Not uncommon are palm trees, and you'll see them everywhere along the line. So in my mind, this is what made it really picturesque. Again, running through the countryside here, taro fields on both sides with palm trees lining the railroad, all built on this coral fill. This is the kind of image that really is evocative to me, and I'd like to recreate this in part if possible. O scale is large, but you'll see that it wasn't necessary to create a lot of it to help me get satisfied. The railroad ran, like I said, from Honolulu out around Pearl Harbor to Waipahu Junction and continued on to Kaiana Point. But at Waipahu Junction, it went inland, right up the center of the island to the town of Waiwa. And it was up a gulch of about a 4.5% grade. So it was quite a trip, and it wasn't your standard railway. Very interesting. And the era that I like, actually maybe a little bit earlier than the era that had the shays, but the era that I really like was with the shay locomotives running up this branch line. Didn't last long, but that's something I found real appealing, these geared locomotives. And I'll show you some of those later. In Waipahu, right along Pearl Harbor, this is really a bad picture, but I really wanted to show the home signals there and the water tank. Waipahu became known for its many water tanks later on, but in the era that I was modeling, there was a single track running through town, had a sidings beyond, and I'll show you in a moment that it served a little freight house right next to this water tank. A map of this area, this is prior to 1921, a map of this area shows the station in the middle, right next to the stream, the Kapakahi stream, and then the junction, the Y up to Wahiwa. And you can see it says Wahiwa branch there. And off to the right, it went to Kahuku, and off to the left, it headed back toward Honolulu. So this is the area that I found would be simple and a way to model a portion of the railroad that I could run pretty much on my own without too much help. Give me an opportunity to run some long mainline trains right through town as well. So the branch line would pick up cars left by the main line and run up to Waiwa. Although later trains directly from Honolulu came all the way up the branch on their own, and they ran double and triple headed 280s, C25s. But that's not something that I wanted to model. But if you look at the big picture, it's almost difficult to figure out where Waipahu Junction is. I circled it in a red circle down in the lower far left here. And then as it climbed up the gulches, there was a branch that ran off into the sugar fields. You can see the Y. And continued on up and out into the fields. It just ran sort of this way and that. And in this very center of the picture, and a little bit to the right on the bottom, is the town of Wahiwa. And the portion above was the airfield, Schofield. That Schofield Airfield was served by the railroad as well. All the spurs out here and little branch lines went out to serve the pineapple fields. The station in Waiwa had sort of a family resemblance to the one in Waipahu, although it was hip roofs. But essentially the same idea, where the station agent and his family lived upstairs from the main ticketing area and baggage, and then downstairs had an open air waiting. And in this picture, it looks like a bunch of schoolgirls are headed off maybe to church or to Honolulu for a trip. Again, you can notice that men wearing shirt and ties and jackets in many cases. And the big hats that the girls are wearing places this around 1910 to 1920s. Again, flat tops, caps for the men, very, very common. Back in Honolulu, the rail yard grew and grew and grew. It became quite a going concern. The little train shed is now a big train shed, and it replaced the one from the 1890s that is still standing off to the left here. But you can see where the oil car had its ramp up where it could load and service the engines. They all ran on oil, and you can see that long ramp in the middle running up toward the engine, the roundhouse, I guess it was, in the middle there. So this is part of a large balloon loop that went into Honolulu and allowed trains to turn completely, as well as service the docks there and the Dole pineapples, many other industries. But for the most part, the passenger trains were able to circle around and then back into the station, where you can see where they are now in that train shed. The station in Honolulu grew. It was still similar to the way it was originally built. I really like this image of the 440, and again, that stub switch with its little mechanism to throw the rails or bend the rails was unique. Honolulu, I've never seen anything else like this. Very interesting. From the other side, passengers would come up on horse and carriage, and they had a beautiful entry to the station. And you can see again the very formal looking dress of everybody going on their outings. This is a pretty fabulous station. It would take an awful lot of room to model this. I think Jim's model is a much more contemporary version, but this is a beautiful station. It begs to be modeled, despite it being rather large. As the train went down the tracks and through Aiea and near to Pearl City, there was a little quaint station there again with that same sort of European influence. I like the little round balcony up above, a little turret almost. And at the time, this little station stop was probably very, very small. I would guess this whole building is no more than 12 feet by 20 feet deep. And then it had the freight portion off to the left there and the waiting area on the right. Very cute little station. It just, again, begs to be modeled. Further down the line is Aiea. Again, you can see the family resemblance of the station. It had a second story where the family of the station agent lived, and then downstairs the open air seating, and then the baggage area and the ticketing area. On the right here, you can see, if you look carefully, it's right on the water of Pearl Harbor, and there's a dock there. And I recently went out and stood in this very location looking back, and there's a restaurant there, and you can see the Ford Island Bridge over to the Arizona Memorial. So this area is still exists, of course, but it's very open and no longer improved. And during the war years, there was a picture of it from above where nowadays you can't quite get this view because it's overgrown, but the highway is right up behind me in this picture today. But looking down, you can see Pearl Harbor and the tracks running around the edge of the harbor there. I want to say lagoon at the time. The freight house on the left, and again that family appearance of the station. And again, the station is very small. I believe it was 20 by 22 feet, and the upstairs slightly larger over the waiting area. This went around the track and came through Waipahu. And in this picture, you can see the number 64, the private car of the railroad, taking up the end of the passenger train here, and it's running through Waipahu Junction. And on the right is the freight shed, and just beyond that is the station again. And you can tell it again, it still has that family resemblance. Across the street, on the left, is the big building, a Chinese store, and it served the area. It didn't have rail service, but I'll talk more about that in the next slide. Here's that passenger car again, now going in the opposite direction, and the station on the left here, and on the right, Across from one another is the Japanese store and the Chinese store, and one of the famous water tanks that this location was well known for. Now, I got an email from someone who said he grew up in this building on the right, and that his auntie was born and raised there and ended up marrying the man from across the street. So it wasn't uncommon for a Chinese and Japanese to be married. This little wooden bridge was replaced in around 1920s, but I thought it was terrific. So I wanted to build a model of it, and I did. And hopefully I'll have a picture of that in a moment to share with you. Here is another view of that area. This time the train is coming at us. And at this time, you can see the freight house and the station beyond, but the water tank is enclosed. It's like a square water tank. And I thought that was pretty interesting, and that is very modelgenic. Again, the coral ballast and the fill material. On the left, you can see the rice fields, and the ballast and the coral fill just is all very, very white. And you can see this white fill and ballast in nearly all the photographs I found. Here is that area one more time, a little more close up, Kapakahi Stream, and the Japanese and Chinese store, and then the large store right next to the two water tanks. Again, it's indicated that the square one is next to a round one, and so the dual tanks became a real symbol of Waipahu. Again, the depot, the freight station, and later on there was an engine house, and I see it looks like this. So here's a little later view when they built a shoe fly or a temporary track across the stream while they replaced that wooden bridge with a steel bridge. And this worked out so well, they ended up leaving that temporary bridge across Kapakahi Stream there, and it served trains that went up the branch. If you notice right in the middle, there's now an engine house right in this area and the two iconic water tanks. In this photograph, it looks as though they're both round, and in later photographs, I found they were almost all round. That square wooden one is still pretty enticing though, and that begs to be modeled. The engine house served Shay locomotives or geared locomotives for only a few years because the crews didn't like them. They were too slow. They seemed to really be hard on the track. So it didn't last long, but the idea of running Shays up the branch is just too appealing not to ignore. Very, very few photographs indicate what that engine house looked like. And here's one of those. You can see that the rails are no longer going into the engine house, and it runs off in a different direction there. And in this view, you can see the track that goes over the temporary bridge beyond the water tank there. So at this time, there were 3 water tanks in Waipahu, the one between the freight house and the station, and the 2 across the tracks that you can barely make out, but there's 2 water spigots up in the air there. And in this picture, you can see they're double heading the 2080 locomotives. And all the locomotives, nearly all the locomotives at this time were all what we call outside frame. In other words, the wheels were concealed by the frame of the locomotives, and it allowed them to be a little bit bigger and closer to the rails. And they had a real distinctive narrow gauge look that I love. It's fantastic. And running a double-headed engine like this is very appealing. But this one coming down off the branch with pineapples, we'll see. Maybe we'll play with era, moving the era about. I did go out to this location looking for any remnants of the railway. And at this point, I don't think they called them rails to trails at the time, but there is a trail starting from this location right down by the depot, which is known as Depot Road, and it continues all the way to Honolulu. But what's there now looks nothing like a railroad unless you know what you're looking for. And you can see this steel bridge is what remains of the steel bridge that ran across to the Y of Waipahu Junction and is now home to people living in the street, or rather on the bridge. I gave this guy my pocket full of change, so he didn't mind me taking some photographs. But if you look in the left-hand picture, the station and everything there is long gone. In fact, just to the right of this bridge is now a transfer station, in other words, a dump, and a fire station beyond. And on the left, where the station used to be, is a plumbing supply store. And everybody there was really friendly. During the war era, a lot of the railroads still ran, but they had shrouds over their headlights, and to keep it low visibility. But if you look, this is a great photograph showing the two water tanks, the iconic two water tanks in Waipahu. Again, that signal for the home road, and then that temporary set of rails that went over the bridge adjacent to the new steel bridge. So this was just about where I stood looking at the other bridge. I wish I kind of had taken a picture of it at the time, but if you notice that there was a tree growing out of it, so it was kind of hard to make out. At the heyday, there were about 44 passenger trains running a day. This is during World War II era, but a more typical schedule looks like this. And I was lucky enough to get a couple different versions of this. Oh, excuse me. Anyway, the timetable is from 1898, and I have another version from 1935. A lot changed in those eras. What you're looking at here is Depot Road that comes up adjacent to the station and heads up to Oahu Sugar. It was formed by Benjamin Franklin Dillingham and partners. And although I probably won't model much of the sugar operations, this will be a significant background scene in Waipahu. Imagine how much space this would take in any scale, so it's going to have to be foreshortened to some degree. On the lower right again are the two tracks going past the freight station, the water tank, and the station. And above is a much better picture of the Waipahu station. And I can't quite make it out, but it does look like there was the engine house beyond. I was lucky enough to meet some people that are from Waipahu, and they introduced me to aunties who grew up in the area and working in the sugar mill. And they gave me a bunch of magazines that were published by the sugar mill that showed fantastic photographs, including the previous ones of Depot Road, and pictures of the sugar mill. And it's just fascinating how the culture, the Japanese culture, influenced so much of the design of the homes and temples there. What I also found really fantastic in this photo that's difficult to see is on a trestle right through the middle here is, looks like a narrow gauge railway, probably sugarcane cars going into where this building is that would unload the sugarcane and pull it into another area for them to be crushed. So again, this is huge, but if you look beyond, the hills are pretty much alive with sugarcane. Not many trees. Fascinating how such a huge area can be cultivated entirely by hand. So it required lots and lots of workers. So how did I model this? Well, I don't have a large area. In fact, this is a former drafting studio that was above some horse stables that we had years ago, and I used it for storage and then eventually closed it in. And you can see that the edges of the room are only 4 feet high. Even though it seems like it's 24 feet wide, the real useful space is about 15 to 16 foot square. Because you have to stand about 6 feet away from that outside wall in order to be able to stand up at all. But I thought it would be really interesting to take advantage of that space. So my first inclination is to fit as much track as possible in there. And, it's just be going around the walls a few times and just watch the train run and have places to go. It'd be pretty amazing. And in HO scale, I could do something with lots of track. And this is a very famous railroad, and I'm sure those who know it will recognize the Gory and Defeated Railroad. And as much as I love this railroad, it would just be more than a lifetime project. This is a very famous railroad for lots of reasons, but the amount of track in there, the amount of effort to build this railroad was huge. I started looking at ON30 because narrow gauge railway in O scale using HO gauge track or HO gauge is super, super appealing to me. And I love those narrow gauge locomotives of the Oahu Railway. So I started looking at published plans and found this one, Red Mountain Railway, which is sort of a nod in my mind to the red dirt that we have here in Hawaii. But it didn't really fit what I wanted to do, so I ended up modifying this so it would have a return loop and go down and come back through the main town here, then go out into the sugar fields up to the plantation area, the pineapples in the Y. And this railroad came along quite a ways. And I began, running trains and having a lot of fun with it, mocking up buildings and experimenting with scenery, doing a little backdrop painting. And, in retrospect, it was a great experience, but ultimately it met the chainsaw and didn't last very long. At the time, I didn't have any idea where to get coral for my ballast along the railroad or the right-of-way. But I've since figured out that coral sand is manufactured right here in Hawaii, and you can buy it by the 50-pound bag. Anyway, again, the trestle, everything here you see was built by hand. The railway went up to the pineapple fields, and they had a loading area. And on the right, a sugar company was mocked up. And honestly, this was a lot of fun. However, in O scale, I realized all this stuff takes a lot of space. And my aisles, designed like John Armstrong recommended, with 20-inch pinch points, really made it uncomfortable to have more than one person in there. In fact, it was very uncomfortable for me to be in there, one working on the railroad or hauling materials around. And this was a good try. My track lane skills got a lot better doing this, but the railroad didn't run very well. And since then, I've learned a lot about electronics and making trains and locomotives run well. So I went back to the drawing board. So what if, I thought, what if the railroad was built on a couple of shelves, like a 2-level railroad, away from that 4-foot sidewall, and incorporating the slope of the ceiling into a backdrop, similar to what I did before, but making it a little more compact, more like a shelf railroad. And so there's a lot of publications out there, but my interest again was railroads in Hawaii. So I started gathering up a lot of materials. This started by my wife's employer gave me a couple of very classic books, and I was able to find more and more and more. And it's become a passion just to collect everything that's been published about the Oahu Railway. In fact, for all the railroads of Hawaii. So the question was, how far am I going to take this, right? Am I going to take the railway from Honolulu all the way out to the mills along the coast? The scenery was magnificent, of course. Ran along the edge of the I'm drawing a blank on the name of the mountains there, but all along the coast. And again, you can see it's all built up on fill. Another famous photograph coming back from Kaena Point, in other words, that real picturesque area out and beyond. And right about this location is where the existing Hawaiian Historical Railway stops. And this is a little bit beyond, but it's a really neat area. And again, it's very appealing, but takes a lot of space. What era? The most photographed era is during World War II. And I got a lot of really good pictures of the locomotives that ran pretty much throughout the railroad's history from these photographs, because even though I want to run the Shea locomotives from 1920, the locomotives here were pretty much the same, maybe in a little bit better condition. If you went out around the coast to the other side, the railroad built a hotel to encourage people to come visit. And it did. It brought presidents and kings and queens and royalty from all over the world. And it had a really beautiful lagoon, little boats that people could ride in. And the railroad stopped right there, and you get out and walk across a bridge to the hotel. It must have been a very elegant experience. And you can see from these photographs that the hotel was top notch. It was beautiful. And I don't remember how many rooms it had, but it was probably built in black and white. Nah, not really. On the lower right, you can see a colorized version. But remember, this was from the 1890s. And at the time, it was probably a most beautiful hotel on the island. This rendering, again, I love this because it shows all the men and women sitting around, and they're all dressed for boating, essentially. Those flat caps are known as boat caps as well. So again, you can see that the hotels might have been yellow and white with red roofs, but it's hard to tell. So many were in black and white. As an architect, I found a lot of the details in this super appealing, and I've tried to incorporate some of these in my own projects. If you look beyond there, you can see the locomotive and the passenger cars with a covered station per se, and just an unloading area, loading area that you walk across the bridge here on the lower right. And you can see this little beautiful pergola that frames the entry to the bridges. So what was I going to model, and how could I do this? Again, I was drawn back to Waipahu and that branch line up to Wahoo. And so started sketching, and you can't do very much in O scale, at least not faithfully or crowding a lot of tracks. So I started fooling around with sketches, and on the left, Waipahu Junction, Waipahu, you can see my engine house, the station, the freight house. And although it didn't ever have a spiral or a secondary track running through town, I found that if I could run the railroad up along the outside of the walls, I could climb and get up to a second deck without having to do a helix, or a bunch of spirals. Underneath that round spiral, I would include some staging loop and staging tracks so that I could bring cars out from Kahuku and bring it around through the railroad, and then it would go back into that same area as Honolulu, and vice versa. As the railroad progressed around the edges of the room, it would climb up and cross in front of the door, unfortunately a couple of times, until it gets to Dole Siding. And this is an area that would branch off and go to Schofield. I haven't modeled that yet, but this was an area where the pineapples would be loaded into cars, and they would be all staged along here for pickup and delivery by the local. And there were a lot of industries in town. Well, compared to Waipahu, there's a bunch of spots where cars could be left, right? So a little cattle yard, freight house, the cannery, storage office, and team track. So not a lot, but enough to keep you busy. And then the railroad went off into the fields again for more pineapple loading. So you could run out and pick up a loaded train of pineapples and then leave some empties. So I started building the railroad using conventional sort of box frames and shelf layout design. And I wanted to experiment with spline roadbed and making my own homosote base, the sub-road bed. So I would cut a bunch of this into strips, ran it through my, I want to say jigsaw, but it's Somebody name it for me. Anyway, cut all these at an angle so they had a slope to the ballast, and kerf them so that you could bend it easily around corners. Does it take time? Not as much time as I thought, and you know, I enjoy this journey. It's building the railroad to me is my hobby. Getting it done someday. We'll see how that goes. I started thinking about how I was going to lay out that staging area, so I was able to get 4 tracks into the return loop because it needs to represent Kahuku and Honolulu. So having 2 trains in each direction would be entirely possible. In fact, the tracks in this loop are very long, and I could probably accommodate even 2 trains because even though the railroad ran trains up to 44 cars long, it's not likely I'll do that, but it is possible. I like to hand lay my own switches, so I did a little photograph of here of how I lay down my ties. You gauge the track and build your own frogs, and you can see I do use some circuit board ties we call PC ties. And on the right, you can see the yard throat that goes around the support for my pole barn, which no longer is a barn, but it's the upstairs of an old pole barn. There's not much room in this area, so I have to sit down to work on there, and I have a little stool and a drop leaf that brings you in and around the tracks. So I could sit there if I wanted and set up trains and remove cars, just to give a little variety. This is sometimes known as a mole hole. So my mole hole on the right here, and my yard throat on the left. Again, there's that support for the old barn. So there's not much light in there. I've used a bunch of these type of swing arm lights, but you know, someday I'll get something more permanent in there. As the railroad circled through the visible part in the room, you know, I mock up the station and laid some of this Pico flex track just to help speed things up. On the lower middle, you can see there's that image of Depot Road up past the station and the Oahu Sugar Company beyond. And I think this is going to be really effective and a lot of fun to give a little bit of forced perspective there. On the lower right, I built the little wooden bridge going into Waipahu from Kahuku direction. And it doesn't show up on the upper right photograph, but a lot of these are taken over time. Again, laying down my Homosote roadbed and laying down these tracks and building switches. To me, this is enjoyable. This is a good part of the hobby, and I like that. You can see over on the left the 4 tracks of the staging area. So this is a good overview. And in the right, as I work my way around with a spline road bed, you can see a little bit of the visible part of the railroad coming across the rice fields down on the bottom left there. Seems to be something missing here, but anyway. Well, that's a swing gate, and there's a door there somewhere. Anyway, it's hard to picture, but at any rate, moving along, building the upper deck, the town of Wahiawa has the passing track and the spur off to the cattle, you know, where the loading and unloading would be, and on the right would be the station, and it goes off to the cannery beyond. My spline roadbed is built up of layers of homosote and masonite. I found this works really well. It gives it a lot of strength and a lot of flexibility. So I could go quite far without it distorting too much. And in the middle is where the line runs up the outside wall to the upper deck. And it was built as hidden trackage, but I imagine someday having cameras in my engine so I can enjoy the view in the hidden area as well. This is not something I recommend. It's very tedious to do after the fact. I use a program called SketchUp. This is called Photo Match within SketchUp, and you can, you know, trace over the buildings so that you can draw them and get a footprint of them and exterior elevations like this, and that would give you an idea of how big it was and how it might be built as a model. But of course, as soon as I did that, I found a published plan that was more accurate, I'm afraid. Well, it's good. It was a good exercise. The town of Eva had a real simple station, and I enjoyed finding this from 1890s. And this is the location of the Hawaii Railway Historical Society now. This station is no longer there, but they have plans and money to build a new station. I sort of did my own abbreviated version using the kit, and it doesn't look a lot like it, but it was fun to do. Next up will be the town of Wahiawa and build another station. Hopefully it'll look sort of like this, but this is probably in the 1950s near abandonment, and it doesn't look so great. Again, Wahiawa and the pineapple spur, where the loading and unloading of pineapples would occur. And I found a map of Wahiawa and then the cannery and a bunch of industries and other businesses along here. I think the cannery must have been a big deal if it had 2 or 3 tracks that could be loaded from the platform. They must have had different needs. The warehouse probably received cans, and then the platform might have received pineapples. I'm not sure, but this shows proposed switch and siding, right? So I think it leaves a little bit to my discretion of how I'm going to model this. Very few photographs exist of the cannery, but you can see the smokestacks above from the boilers, and then the warehouse in front here for the railroad, I believe, or for the cannery. Here's looking from another point of view, that warehouse for that storage spur. And I believe this is another picture of that warehouse, and you can see the loading dock in the front and then the warehouse on the right. An aerial was taken at some point that showed the railroad running through the town of Wahiawa and the spur that went off to Schofield Barracks. So if you notice over on the right, the main line runs right down through there, and you can see the pineapple spurs and storage tracks. This was one of 3 Shea locomotives used on the line. This was used for building the line that was originally called tunnel because it was built to, build the tunnel. The one that was used on the branch was one of 2 sisters, number 44 and 43, and they were big steam locomotives. And they, hopefully, I can model some of these. I've got some parts from Shapeways that will fit on another locomotive. Here's what one looks like right before it was scrapped, which is a shame. And I did mention that up the branch they ran double-headed locomotives, and in this case they're bringing either ballast or lime back down the branch because there was a mine up in the branch line. So it was entirely possible that the double-headed locomotives just went up to service the mine, or probably a lot more. At this point, there were a lot of trees, so this is probably a little bit later in the railroad's life. But running these double-headed locomotives has a lot of appeal, and I love the look of them. And you can see the guys standing on there. It's a lot of fun. And in this picture, they actually had 3 locomotives, triple-headed they call it. And you can see the boxcars beyond. A lot of boxcars at this era were outside framed and were brought in from other railroads. Today, a lot of the railroad and locomotives don't look so good. This is the former, I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on the number, but you can see it's seen better days. The Hawaii Railway Society has a couple of diesel locomotives that were used down on the piers and down in Dole Cannery, and these pull the passenger trains for tourists. And I got to ride on the President's car, or number 64. You can lease this whole car for yourself, and a bunch of guys went with me, and we made an outing for my birthday. It's been right before COVID, so about 2019. So not many pictures exist of the cabooses, but this is one. But I'm running out of time, and I wanted to share as much as I could with a little history of the railroad and how and why I'm building what I am. I hope you enjoyed it. If you want to get in touch with me, my email is listed there, erickson.nielc@gmail, or you can see me on the Model Railroad Hobbyist Forum, the Pine Spur Chronicles. Thank you for listening.
Welcome back, Neil. Steam or diesel?
Steam, obviously.
Would you rather ride a train or model a train?
Well, I usually model lingerie, but I'd rather ride a train.
Okay. Did you meet Benjamin Franklin Dillingham back in 1850?
Yes, that's one of my secret powers. I'm a time traveler.
Did you ever get that 3D model of him?
No, I have not, but I'm waiting for Richard to send it to me. How did you know about that? Oh, I told you.
I hear voices. How many people on the island?
On average, about 200,000. But are you asking about where I live or on Oahu?
The island that you live on.
About 200,000.
How many of them do you know?
Well, about 5. I don't know.
Okay. Isn't Oahu volcanic?
Yes, but it's dormant. Oahu, but that's okay.
Oahu. Did the railroad have to deal with earthquake damage?
No.
Railroad on the Big Island?
Absolutely. It happened all the time. Although I think it wasn't as bad as the tsunami.
When did that happen?
1946. Pretty much wiped out the railroad.
And did the war have any influence on the destruction of the railroad?
No, it was a boon to the railroad. They finally started making money. It was a big deal.
Wow.
Converted a lot of cars back to passenger cars, in fact.
Was the rolling stock built in Hawaii or brought from the mainland?
During the era I model, it was built here, mostly modeled after a Carter Brothers type that they originally bought to bring over here. But almost all of the ones here are modeled after Carter Brothers. Even the castings of the journal boxes still have the star on them, but they weren't Carter Brothers. They were made here.
Oh, wow. So how many locos do you want on your layout?
6.
Just 6?
Well, that's what I tell my wife.
No spares? Okay, asking for a friend. Is a spiral different from a helix?
No, the spiral's a helix.
How many friends you have?
I think, can I count you, Seed? Because that would be 2, I think, 2.
So that, ladies and gentlemen, bring us back to the end of the questions, except for the last one. Is Wheeler Field famous for something?
Wheeler Field or Schofield?
Both.
Well, the Japanese airplanes that came and bombed Pearl Harbor came through the mountains behind Wheeler Field and buzzed over there and destroyed it on their way to hit the airships in December 7th, 1941. But that's way past my era. I'm really quite focused on, the era prior to about 1920, 21.
And Schofield had some barracks, right?
Yes, it did.
Cool.
In fact, they were there prior to my railroad, and so the railroad served them when it came up to Wawa.
And you model 1921, right?
I do.
So that's pre-big war.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, thank you very, very much for the update. That was pretty much fun. We will see you in a year for the next update.
Well, I'll be in the breakout room, and hopefully someone will join me and heckle me there. Have questions for me there.
Which is at werby.com/OMRG. And if Andy has his shoes on, he will post that link for us again.
OMRG. Oh, I don't know, whatever.
Royal Gorge.
Right. Anyway, thank you very much, guys. I'm going to miss Tim's presentation, but we'll be over there.
Be safe. Welcome back. I'm Speed at the bottom of the Helix here in our second last clinic for NMRAx of October 2022. Our next clinician started modeling at the age of 12 when he convinced his dad to get into the hobby with him. Well, look at that for perseverance. He's a member of the Wisconsin and Michigan Model Railroad Club and River Rail out of La Crosse, Wisconsin. At any given time, he has 15 projects going from remote operations all the way through to 3D printing. Please welcome Tim Odenhoven.
Well, thank you, Speed. I appreciate it, and good to see everybody today, and I'm hoping this clinic will be somewhat helpful to us. So I'm going to share my screen here, and we'll get onwards. So today, we're going to be talking about JMRI, but basically making a modern dispatcher's panel with it. And this is really a case study and demonstration of a working layout with JMRI scripting demonstration as well. So hopefully this will be helpful to just about everybody watching on some level. This clinic will demonstrate how to use Python scripts in JMRI that have improved my modern CTC panel. I will also be explaining JMRI scripts and why to use them, and show a few samples to demonstrate what is possible for every layout. So a little bit about my approach first, though. I gotta be honest, I'm not a perfectionist at all, but I do count rivets, especially when it comes to 3D printing. I follow the 80-20 rule that it takes 20% of the time to do 80% of the job, and it takes that rest of the 80% of the time to do the last 20. So I always shoot for an 80% approach in my completion. I do believe that iteration is best, so I don't mind failing and I don't mind reworking things as long as we're getting closer to where we need to go. And I believe that if I bought it, oh well, if I break it. And so many people get worried about trying to weather and things like that. Well, it's a hobby. It's supposed to cost some money. And I still paid more for college courses than I did for trains. So there's no sunk cost fallacy for me. And I believe that the crayon is the best tool versus like a number 2 or a number 5 pencil. And I really strive to just make it look good. It took me 2 years to figure all this out that we're showing you here. Took some rewiring and reblocking of my layout, and I learned lots of new things along the way. Now I can do it in my sleep, and I hope those watching this clinic will be inspired to do the same. Few disclaimers, I am no expert. I figured this all out by trial and error, a lot of online groups, and the JMRI documentation. My desire has been to keep costs down, smallest number of sensors, etc. I desire to keep things simple, and so I did not redesign my layout completely when I learned a few things, but I made it work. And I started from what I wanted to do and kept on learning to get JMRI to do it, as I had not seen many doing these things with their layouts before. My layout is fully automated with JMRI. My dispatcher panel does all the auto routing for the trains. So my prototype inspiration was the BinSip dispatching software created by WebTech. And I've seen this in use a few times, maybe, possibly. And when I saw that at work, I thought, boy, that's really cool. And so I want to do a modern PTC system. I've got a few links here to some of the providers that the class ones use. So my goals here was to have a lot of fun with the fun computer programming project and to do something few are doing in the model railroad world. I wanted automated dispatching to the point of selecting my start and end points, allowing the layout to do the rest, to do all the passing, to do all the routing. And I want it to be super reliable with many fail-safes in place to avoid computer bugs and human errors. I can't imagine any of my operators would mess up, but just in case. And then create something that can be used in part on other layouts of mine or on other people's layouts as well. So some of the people in my group have asked, why are you doing all this computer work? Are you nuts? We're here to run trains. So you got to realize I have an IT degree. I know how to program robots, and I've written a lot of custom software. And so for me, computer automation and computer assisted running sounds a lot more fun than throwing ground throws and using a throttle. And plus, I enjoy pushing the envelope to see what is possible just as much as accomplishing a project. For me, the journey and learning is more enjoyable than the end result, to be honest. So my initial task list on the layout was first to focus on my track, turnout, sensors, etc., and then to set up my signals, then to work with the JMRI software to get automated running, working, and set up. Then we had some feature creep where we noticed we needed to do a bunch of other stuff, like to make my track sensor smarter so it didn't crash the automation. I set up a PTC system, positive train control, to check everything. And then I noticed I need to auto speed match my locomotive. So there's some feature creep. But after we got all that done, then I started scripting to make the JMRI interface easier for my users and for me. And then we also did auto transit generation. A transit is a list of track segments or sections that you use to traverse from point A to point B on your layout. I've got a script that generated 1,200 of them within about 10 seconds on my layout so that I can go anywhere to anywhere in any way possible. And I didn't have to do that by hand. So that was kind of nice. So my progress towards this goal is as such. In 2019, I finished powering all my turnouts. I'm using Tam Valley Octopus 3s on a separate LocoNet bus. And then block detection, I'm using Watchman's. In May of 2020, I got the JMRI automation working somewhat, but it worked pretty well. I could run some auto trains, and notice that was 2 months of COVID. This is what I did when COVID hit. I thought I'm going to get my trains running automatically in my basement. In November of 2020, I did some more scripting. I found out I need to make my sensors smarter with scripting, and I'll show you what that looks like. I also installed 63 infrared sensors for my stopping sensors, so all my trains look good when they're stopping around the layout. And then I'm using PSX circuit breakers, where I found out that I need to actually listen to them when they're shorting and not powered. And so we hooked up all the PSX sensors back to JMRI on the computer, so I knew what was going on if there's a derailment or something like that. December of 2020, I got my auto train stop software working so that when something derailed and shorted, it manually stopped and automatically stopped all the throttles in that section. And then also I installed some automatic and manual kill switches, both in software and then on the layout, so that if you're running my yard, for instance, and see an auto train starting to have problems, you can flip a switch. It'll stop that train automatically. You can re-rail it, do whatever you need to do, flip the switch down, starts the train up again. It's pretty cool. In 2021 of January, I got my PTC system going. I'm currently on version 10. Remember, iteration is king. So we've gone through many versions to get this working, but it protects the JMRI auto trains and monitors distracted humans when they try to run red signals on my layout. Because if you run a red signal, you got automatic trains running, bad things happen. So it's impossible to run a red signal on my layout, as I will show later. I also did the auto transit generation, May 2021. I got local control going for my control points in July of 21. And then I did an NX system, which basically is a piece of software that you can say, take this train from here to there, and then my layout automatically routes it. And then December of 21, I got train show mode working, where my train can run a pattern of automatic trains from my automated storage yards and just put on a big show when people are down in my basement and keep it going. It's pretty cool. So the goals of my CTC panel. I wanted automatic routing like modern CTC systems do. Class 1 railroads don't manually throw turnouts on sidings anymore. The computer does it. And the computer actually determines what train goes in the siding, what train doesn't, how far it's going to run. I wanted my layout to do the same. I want my dispatcher basically set the starting point, the ending point, and let the layout do the rest. I wanted simple interfaces that made things very easy for the dispatcher and for me. It had to be reliable for all edge cases. And I made the layout actually stop and ask if it needs something if something goes horribly wrong. I may have a few HAL references in some of my prompts. And for me, it's very easy to dispatch, and I want to be able to walk around the layout and chat with my operators at the same time, so I can dispatch and chat without messing up, because I am an idiot when I'm talking to people and running my layout. These interfaces have made it possible for me to look smart and talk at the same time. And I want it to look and function like the prototype boards do on Class 1 railroads, again, the 80-20 rule. But I have talked to many dispatcher friends and pumped them for information and made that functionality over here. So just a question, how does DCC work? And for those who know this answer already, I'm very sorry, but for those who might be feeling lost right now, I just want to take it back a step. So DCC is really a computer network of multiple networks, multiple computers on a network, all talking the same language. Realize all of our decoders are little computers that you can control over the network. But then you can also have sensors, you can have signals and lights, you can do all kinds of stuff. Each of these little computers has an address. Of course, those are our DCC addresses we punch up for locomotives. And then, of course, every little of these microcomputers or decoders has a lot of custom variables that can be read and store data locally on the decoders. And of course, there's different types of decoders, being mobile and stationary to do cars and engines, or signal sensors and turnouts. But really, DCC is a computer network, which means it can be programmed with computer software. JMRI, through the eyes of a geek like me, and realize I'm not a nerd. A nerd still lives in their parents' basement, makes no money. A geek made money with computers and lives in their own basement. JMRI, of course, is Java Model Railroad Interface. Java is a computer language, a very powerful one. And Java Model Railroad Interface, basic computer software that does everything in one place. It can talk everything to everything on your layout. It has so much capability, so much power. It's like a web that just glues everything together. And you can program decoders with it. You can do operations stuff, and you can do a lot of layout automation related stuff with it. There's all kinds of power behind it. And you combine this with LocalNet and then Arduinos, and you have 7 USB connections coming into your computer like I do, and you have a very powerful system on your layout. So JMRI automation, to automate. So my CTC panel is based on the JMRI automation on Dispatcher. If you've used it, just a few terms. First, you've got track, which is your physical track, switches, stationary decoders. You've got blocks, which is in the software that link physical parts of track with coil detectors and track connections from one block to another. So every block knows who its neighbors are. Then you have sections, which allow you to have the IR detectors, which are your step sensors. So your trains know where to stop. It has some memory and has some logic for your signals. And then you have the transits, which are a list of sections that tell your trains how to get from one place to another. And this allows the dispatcher then to come in and actually run a locomotive over a given transit. So it all starts with the track, the physical switches, sensors, everything, moving to the blocks, to the sections, to the transits. Most guys who use JMRI for CTC, like a manual board, will have track and blocks defined for their signals and stuff. But you go to sections and transits, which for most layouts are very easy, and all of a sudden a layout can start running trains automatically. So a lot of people are familiar with logics, and I've been asked over and over, why don't I just use logics for all this? Why am I doing scripting? Well, logic in JMRI is very powerful, but it's limited to one condition and basically one line of executions, where scripting can be extremely much more complex and capable, and is a must for most of the things that I'm doing, although I do have lots of logics set up. So what is JMRI scripting then? JMRI scripting allows me to write Python scripts, little programs that run inside the Java inside JMRI. The Python scripts are able to access all method and classes in JMRI, making it very powerful. Basically, my scripts can read and talk to anything inside JMRI. I can throw turnouts, I can read signals, I can read sensors, I can read what locomotives are doing, how fast they're going, I can control locomotives. You can do anything inside JMRI with Python. Extremely powerful. Very easy to crash stuff, by the way, if it bugs. There's 2 modes of running, class abstraction or simple code execution for the programmers here. And scripts can be loaded manually at any time through the Panel Pro interface, or as part of a startup preferences for the layout, or via Logix. A Logix condition can run a script. And the scripts can output to the JMRI message console, so you can write little messages to yourself and see what your scripts are doing, as you will see my layout does. So the basics of scripting. We are accessing JMRI classes, which is the basic code behind JMRI, which allows me to read and control things. JMRI scripting also has control statements. If you've done any kind of program, you can do like if, else, then statements. You can do while or for loops. So an if statement is, if this sensor reads that, then do this. Else, if it reads this, do that. Else, if that sensor reads this, then do this, or else just do this. A while loop. While this sensor is active, keep doing this, and it just loops. Or I want to loop 10 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then do something inside that loop. The other thing I can do with Python scripts is a listener. I listen for this sensor to change. Once the sensor changes, it keeps running my script, but it waits at that line, that listener, for that thing to happen, and then it keeps going. Very, very powerful, the listeners in Jython. So just as a case study, I have smart sensors on my layout. Many of us may have sensors on our layout, maybe coil detectors, and you will know with coil detectors that if there's a short, coil sensors can start reporting occupied, unoccupied. They can start fluttering a little bit. And if my sensors start to flutter, it can cause havoc because my automatic trains may be waiting for a block to go unoccupied. If something derails and that block goes unoccupied, my JMRI will start auto running that train immediately. And so I need to make sure that what my sensors are reporting is actually what's going on the layout, in spite of a short, in spite of the power being off or anything. I also had a need for local control override that I could basically control areas of my layout and give operators control of my layout, and then the computer will avoid those areas. And I need accurate reporting for when the power is off or interrupted. Those sensors need to be lockstep. So the way I implemented this, just basically, and then I'll show you the code, is when a physical sensor changes, so there's a listener, when that physical sensor changes in any way, first my program checks to see if local control is enabled for that block. If it is, it just makes sure that block is set as active and ignores the actual sensor. Notice on my layout, all my sensors are software sensors. So none of the blocks on my layout are actually physically defined to a physical sensor, but to a software sensor, an internal sensor, which then I control with the script. Then after the physical sensor changes, it checks to see if my PSX circuit breaker is healthy. If it is healthy, it changes the internal sensor, which changes the occupancy on my panel. If it's shorting, it'll just wait for the short to end, and then after 4 seconds, check again. If the power is off, it'll wait for the power to resume, wait a while, and then check again. So notice how intelligent this is. If there's a short on my layout, my panel stays consistent. It actually doesn't flutter like so many do. It just waits. And then once it's good, it checks again to see if something has changed. So let's see what this actually looks like. So if I come here, this is my software here. So this is a Jython script. It may look a little scary, but once you get used to it, it's all good. So first I have a control list. Basically, I'm defining all of the different sensors on my layout that I want to look at. Each one of these is a different little program running. So one script can fire off multiple instances of itself and multiple listeners. And so basically what I'm saying is this is my grain siding. It is connected to IO8 PSX short mainline west, and it is part of the powers mains dispatching or power district. So the powers mains is how I control the power on and off if I need to, or check for power. And then for shorting, here's my shorting sensor coming right back from the PSX as defined in JMRI. If I go down, the first thing you got to do in JMRI, and there's lots of good examples and scripting examples. I'm going to go kind of quick here, but you define your class and then you set it up. And in my setup, I'm defining all of my main variables, which we'll get to. And then you come to the handle right here. So the handle is what repeats and repeats and repeats. And notice the first thing we do is we come to this wait. That's one of those listeners. I am waiting to see if that block sensor or my local control internal sensor changes. Or I'm just waiting 4 seconds, 4,000 milliseconds. And so I let the script cycle every 4 seconds because sometimes goofy things happen that aren't caught here, and I just want to have it be refreshed every 4 seconds. If that physical block sensor changes, or I set the local control button on my layout that I want local control of it, it then executes the script, rest of it. I first have an if statement here. I check to see if my local control block sensor is active. If it's active, I will set my internal block sensor as active. And so I will tell the layout, yep, that is active. Even though the physical sensor may not be active, I don't care. Local control on, it's active. My CTC panel shows active because it is now in local control mode. If the local control is not active, I do an else statement here. So let's say the local control is not on. Well, now then it checks to say, okay, is my circuit breaker, is it active? And is the power closed? Meaning power is good, I am not shorting. Well, then what it will do is it will set that. It will set the power, if you will, and set the block. And so you can see I have some relays on my layout as well that are in between my breakers and my blocks. And so I just check to see if there's a relay there. If there isn't a relay, I just say, yep, set that internal block to whatever the physical sensor is showing. You are healthy, you're good to go, pass that data over. If I'm shorting right here, if it shows a short, then I just wait for my breaker to become unshorted. Then I wait 4 seconds, it executes, loops again, and then does what it needs to do. If my power is off, then it waits for the power to get turned back on, waits for a second, and then loops. And so this is a very simple control, but is really profound when it comes to automation, because now my layout is so much more bomb-proof. And that's just one little example of scripting. Oops, wrong one. Sorry about that. Another case study is my storage sensors. So I have a 6-track storage yard on my layout. For those who have set up automation, you know that any block on your layout for automation can only have 2 turnouts. Well, I've got a throat there, and I need 3 sensors then, which is a total of 6 sensors because it's bidirectional. I am cheap. I don't want to use 6 coil sensors. Why only need to use 2? The other thing is I don't like having lots of little detection sections, because then you have to be really picky about your track being clean, really picky about how many resistors you've got. So I'd rather have one big section and then imitate those other sensors that I don't have. So JMRI needs 3 sensors in every end of my yard. I only have 1, and then I'm automating all 3, if you will, and JMRI is none the wiser. In other words, I saved big money at Menards and made my system better because I don't have lots of little blocks. How does this work? Well, first my layout checks to see if a train is outbound or inbound coming in. With the dispatcher, there's actually variables that get set in the sections to tell me if I'm inbound or outbound. I see if it's for tracks 1 through 4 or 5 through 6. 1 through 4 are broken in half, so that changes things. I got east and west in each of those tracks. 5 and 6 are big tracks where I can store 35-car trains. If I'm heading out, I set the appropriate internal block sensors with delays to trick JMRI, ending with the throat. So I basically set those internal software sensors in sequence, tricking JMRI that the train's progressing, even though there's only 1 sensor there. If I'm heading in, I set those internal sensors in the reverse direction, starting with the throat and working my way in to the track that I'm going to. And then I also have a condition to make sure there is no unwarranted occupancy. So if I come here, here's another example. So this is my script for the internal sensor. And if we look at the handle here, you'll see that I am waiting, another listener, for the physical sensor for that detection, that yard throat, storage yard throat, to see when it changes. If it changes, I then look at the direction sensors in that area to say, am I heading in or am I heading out? So I'm doing that right here. If self-direction R is inactive, I know I'm heading in. If I'm heading out, I set things that way. Then I come here and I check to see what track I'm in. So let's say I want to go in or out. Well, basically notice here, I start by setting the throat, and then right or left, which is my inner block, and then the throat itself, which is the Y where it starts. So I set one and then I set the other. And notice I have if statements here because I have a left and right that I'm saying I'm imitating 3 sensors off of 1. And then I do the same thing heading out. So basically I have this code with these if statements to basically trick JMRI into doing what I want it to do. And when I do my layout demonstration, you will see that at work. Other scripts I had to write to make this work was PTC, positive train control. That's the bane of most operators, I think, these days. But on the model railroading, it works pretty good because I wrote it. My PTC checks human operated trains to make sure they do not run red signals. If they do, it will stop them in the tracks, back them up into the clear, and blow the horn and bell to embarrass them. That works very, very well. And then once they're in the clear, it stops the horn and the bell and returns control back to their throttle. This works with all the throttles I use, plus the cell phone throttles that I use. Also, the automated trains were on the layout. Dispatcher in JMRI has this problem that if a train crashes, it just keeps running the same speed and ignores everything else until it crashes. This is not a good thing. So I have 63 infrared sensors around my layout. Every time a train goes over an IR sensor, my layout checks it. If it's an auto train, it makes sure it's running the right speed for that signal aspect. If it's supposed to be running medium, it checks it. If it's supposed to be running slow, it checks it. If it's at clear speed, it checks it. If it's running the wrong speed, it basically reinitializes the train like a Windows restart. If your computer crashes, just restart it. I basically reinitialize that automatic train automatically and keep it going or get it going. And then I prompt my dispatcher that an automatic train has crashed and where it has crashed just to check it. This has helped me tremendously because if I run auto trains on my layout for 40 minutes, I might have 3 or 4 crashes. And that would have meant 3 or 4 big derailments or head enders or something like that. With this PTC system running, my layout looks flawless now. And people down here visiting are none the wiser that train crashed. Heck, half the time I don't even recognize it, but my layout catches it. So I basically have Big Brother now, which is what PTC is. Big Brother both for my human operators and Big Brother for my computer operators. I also have a toggle switch at my dispatcher panel where I can turn this on and off. I also make GUIs to create new trains. Basically, they ask where you're starting from, where you're going, what the consist address is. Sometimes it knows what the consist address is if you've already run that train, what direction you're going, and do you want to run the short run or do you want to loop a couple of times? My layout is a loop, so you can loop it a couple of times or just go directly to there. I also have an auto move up feature in my storage yard. 4 of my storage tracks are broken in half. And so when you run one train out, I want to automatically move that back train forward and basically have stack staging. And so this auto move up is really, really nice because as you run one train out, the next one comes forward. I'll show that in operation. I have local control, which overrides a JMRI automatic dispatcher and enables local control. It's like I'm playing the shell game and I always win. It overrides the auto CTC, also signaling, and replaces it with an ABS signaling system, which I have manually written, so that my local crews, when they're in local control, see an ABS system, and you have the lights as appropriate for that area. And I'll show that in operation a little bit. I also had to do auto speed matching. Now I know you can do it manually, but I'm a computer geek, so I'm gonna do it automatically. So I have infrared sensors all over the layout. I picked 2 of them. They're about 8 feet apart. And I did 5 speed ranges on the throttle with a pre-timed gate with my master locomotive, which happens to be a Scale Trains -9. And then I automatically run my locomotives over that gate in that given speed and continually adjust the speed table in the CV tables until it runs that gate at the appropriate speed. So it just goes back and forth until it gets the right speed. Once it does, it moves to the next speed step, the next throttle step, the next throttle step, the next throttle step. And then when all 5 speeds are met, it will automatically write a custom speed graph, if you will, speed table curve, write it to the engine, and we're good to go. I can run all of my locomotives. Doesn't depend on the decoder, the manufacturer, the gearing, the speed. All my locomotives run within about 1% of each other. It's incredible. I never thought I'd be able to run like a Proto 2000 GP30 with a Scale Trains engine, with an Athearn engine, with an Intermountain engine. They all just run beautifully. And that's the advantage of this auto speed matching. It takes about 10 minutes an engine, and I don't have to do anything while it's doing it. It just runs it back and forth. And then I mentioned I have train show mode. It runs patterns of auto trains from my storage yard, 2 trains, 3 trains, 1 long train, 2 short trains, 2 eastbound, 2 westbound, does all kinds of different things. I can define them a number of loops. So basically with 2 clicks of the mouse, I can get talking to my guests and my train show puts on a show for about an hour. And just keeps running trains and keeps them fresh. And it looks really, really awesome. When I'm working at my workbench, I'll sometimes turn train show mode on. I can watch. If I'm running in one of my big industries, I'm not on the main, I'll turn train show mode on. I have eye candy as I'm switching in my yard or a big industry. It's just a lot of fun. So at this time, I'd like to do a layout demonstration, and then we'll have time for questions. So I will share my other dispatcher screen now. So this is my computer that runs my layout. On the left here, you can see my Panel Pro, which has my track diagram. On the top here, I have my yard. You can see it's all full. These pink boxes are the DCC values of the consists in those given blocks. And you can see 5 and 6 here are along, so there's only one. I have little buttons. For instance, I can turn the power on. Right now, the power is on that section with a relay, and I can kick the power off. It's pretty sweet. I've also got a lot of controls here. I can turn my signals on and off. Here are my 5 zones with the PSXs telling me if I'm healthy or not. If these turn gray, I know that that part of my layout is not healthy. All these other pink boxes are allowing me to create automatic trains from these locations. Here's my ethanol plant. Your train from here. Here's my auto plant, vice versa. Or I've got this one where I can create a wherever train, like an NX point, where I can just define whatever I want. Down here are buttons to control all my power districts, and these turn on 1, 2, 3 PSXs depending on that location. So my whole layout doesn't have to be on all the time. I also have a toggle switch for my mains to my left. So if I throw it down, you see the light goes off. I throw it up, it goes on. That's pretty sweet. There's also toggle switches in my different industries where people can toggle on and off. And then of course it shows up here. And then I have a few other operations. Here's my speed matching script. So just for instance, let me show you what it looks like to take a train out of the yard. So here I have 7517. And if I just click on this button right here, my layout basically asks, okay, where do you want to go to? Where do you want to come from? So I can choose a transit. So I can choose different options. I've got it where it runs different ways around my layout. On my main line, I have my storage main and I have my bypass main right here. Notice it splits my main lines around my storage yard and then comes back together. So I can run just around the bypass or just around the storage or both. Or I can just hit run standard storage loop, which means it's going to go around the layout twice. Once around the bypass, once around the storage, and go. The other thing I can do here is down here I have, do I want to run it as an auto train or not? So if this is checked, my layout's going to automatically run the train. If it's unchecked, someone can throw a throttle and run it manually, and the layout will automatically dispatch them as a human operator. So I can just go back and forth right there how I want it to run. So let me just show you this. If I just click this button, this train's going to take off and run. Let's say I want to use the general JMRI interface to create a train. Well, I have to come up here to dispatch a create new train, and then I have to navigate all these options here. There's about 8 things you have to check correctly to get this thing to run right. That is way too much effort for me. Sure, I can load train info and have different, but still I have to click 3-4 times and get it right. Otherwise my layout crashes, something bad happens. I can't do that when people are over. So what I did in its place is you click one button and I hit run standard storage loop. I will do that now. You will see that my layout has turned some track white. That means that that track is dispatched. Notice right here, there's a quick succession of movement. That was that storage script running to automate the sensors here. And this train is currently running out. So let's say I want to create a pass though. So what I can do is over here, I've got the 300. Actually, no, we're just going to let this go for a minute. So notice I can see my trains running. It's now gotten to this point, and it basically hops from siding to siding, from control point to control point. So now it's gone, grab my steel curve, and now it's gone to ferry main. Notice my layout has just run a train here. It's running 4553, and now it's switched my 2 memory values. So 7517 is now in the back, 4053 is now in front. That's the auto move up running. And you notice that both blocks are occupied back here because it's running in the middle of them. I just hit stop to 7517 because I want to do something here once the auto move up is complete. So right here I have my receiving tracks for my yard. I'm going to come to 300 here, and here I can choose how I want to run. But I also created a second way to run trains on this layout. I can create a wherever train. So here I can basically say, yep, I'm heading westbound. Where's my starting point? I am in receiving 1. What is my address? Well, the layout knows the address because it's in the block. So I hit get address block, puts in 300. Where do I want to go to? Let's say I just want to go to my ferry siding right here. Keep it nice and sweet. So I'm going to hit dispatch train. I have automatic trains running. Hit dispatch train. Notice the turnout's through, and I now have the white here coming around. I can hear the train running. It's now gotten to that point. I can now resume 7517, which is going to come around. So the layout here, once it hits 7517, hits this main line, it's going to slow down to stopping speed because we are occupied. Let's say for a second, I'm not happy what I did with 300. Okay, so notice 300 is now gone to 11%, which is my stopping speed. It's going to go to the end of the track. When it hits the IR stop sensor between the tracks, it'll stop. Notice 7517 is also at stopping speed. But let's say I'm not happy with train 300, and let's say I want to change it. Well, here, if you've done automation before, here's a dispatcher window from JMRI. Notice here's 300, 7517. I can just hit terminate here. I hit terminate. Notice I'm still in the siding. I'm not fully in the siding yet. 7157 still coming to a stop. So I'm going to come here and say, nah, I changed my mind. I want to run the 300 back to receiving. Well, I'm in siding ferry. I'm heading westbed, get block address 300. And my ending now is going to be yard receiving 1. And I'm going to hit dispatch train. Notice here, it's automatically throwing the turnout for 300. It's running it on the main lines. I got 67695 here, and it's automatically going. Notice I'm running at 21%, which is my medium speed for a yellow indication. And in a second, the ferry curve just freed up. Notice 71517 grabbed it, and now it's going all the way to the back of my layout to the storage area. 300 is still proceeding forward. It's a short train, so it's got to come to the end of the siding, which it will in a moment. Notice all of my signals are throwing automatically on the panel, and they're actually throwing on the layout as well with my actual signals that I have. You also notice up here on my storage track, notice 4053 is now ready to go. And 7517, there's an unoccupied track for it to come back to. And I could have any track come back. 300 now is on the single track main line, and it's going towards my grain curve main. Notice 7517 continues to proceed around my layout. So, cool thing just happened. 300 hit the curve. And notice it went around and it's now putting itself in the siding here in my storage main. And so 300 is going to come to the siding automatically. My layout has automatically dispatched it. And 7517, once it hits this, is going to come down to a stop speed. So notice 7517 up here is at 11% stopping speed. 300 still at 36%, which is my normal mainline running speed. So I think that gives us a little taste of what's going on here. I'm just going to wait for 300 to clear here, and then you'll see the 7517 is going to get clearance to run around on the grain main. Again, all happening automatically. You notice here in the panel, there's a lot of text here. This is all my custom text. Notice I'm saying PTC active, and it's telling me what my PTC system is doing because it's checking all the automatic trains to make sure they're running correctly, which they are. But if one were to crash, my PTC system would catch it. It's been very good at that, doing the big brother stuff. Let's give it a moment. I got one more demonstration for you before we take questions. Okay, you notice 300 here has now grabbed its track, and it's now coming around back to yard receiving 1 through all those turns automatically. 7517 is now moving to 21%, which is my medium speed, coming out of the main, and then once it hits the main, it will accelerate again. Now I have my yards, I have lots of industries, and in all those places I have a call light with an infrared sensor. So here in my yard west, I have engine 587 sitting here, but it's not over the sensor yet. If I pick up a throttle here, I type in 587, and let's say I just move it forward a little bit. Oops, I got to turn the yard on first. There it goes. Okay, so 587, I just moved it forward. Notice this track just went red, which tells me I can now do something with it. And so I can click this button right here, or I click the wherever train, and I'm gonna say, well, I feel like going to storage 1. I'm gonna go to storage 1 track. I can hit dispatch, and notice this is now turned white. My layout is now running 587 right here. It's accelerating forward. And notice it's going around, and I'm now running 3 automatic trains without sneezing. 300 is coming to a stop and receiving 1 over here. 7517 still is running around the layout, and now 587's on the layout following 7517. Just as easy as that. The beauty of this is with my custom software, it made it way easier to do this with a little bit of JMRI scripting, a little bit of know-how, but has really made a difference for this automatic dispatcher feel and really operates and kind of feels like a real one. So with that, I'm going to stop sharing my screen and I'm going to ask if we have any questions from the audience. If we don't, I got something else we can share, Speed.
Of course, you have a way confused audience.
Oh no, I hope not.
So let's take the questions. The first one is, can you please come back in another hour after Jerry and do this 3 more times?
I would love to. This was kind of meant as a demonstration, not as a how-to. But if there's interest to do some how-to on this, I did do one on automation already, but I'd be happy to come back and do more
Okay.
how-to step-by-step how to get this going, because it isn't as hard as it seems. The scripting part, you got to know some computer programming to do. But for the computer programs out there, it's not that bad. But the automation, I think anybody can do that with just being shown how to do it. It's all clicking and drop down boxes. It's not too bad.
Okay, so let's do the easy questions first. You say 21% is medium, but how
Yes.
is 11 stopping?
I set that manually. So 11% is the speed that it goes until it hits the IR sensor and stops. So I
And then
just
it-
want my trains to kind of crawl before a red signal. And that's what the 11% is. So the computer allows you to set different speeds for the operation. So I picked 36, 21, and 11 as my speeds.
And then it would go to 0 when it stopped.
Yes.
Okay.
My engines don't go over 50%. And
Okay.
so you can crank it to 80%, but it only runs at 50%. So my speed matching limits my train speeds. So that way you can really do the run 8s and stuff with the sound decoders.
So at some point you mentioned you like to embarrass your operators. Do you also have annoying beeps when there's a short in the system?
No, in fact, the only thing that happens when there's a short is all the trains in that area stop. I keep thinking about getting those cool East Coast police cars and have those flash in that area with the layout. I don't have any kind of visible thing yet, but I've been thinking about something that way. I've also been thinking about flashing my signals red when there's a short. That'd be very easy to do. I just haven't
Cool.
decided what I want to do yet on that. It's pretty obvious when something derails in shorts. You can hear it, you can see it. But I've been thinking if I want to have some kind of visual as well. And with scripting, you can do anything you want.
Okay, so a little basic concept. Who decides when you set a route if a train's going to take a siding or the main line?
The computer does. So the
But is
computer
that
will always prefer the main, but if the main's occupied, then it'll automatically take the siding.
but is
And
that
if
your
both the main
code?
and siding are full, it just stops in the control point behind.
But is that your code? Or is it already built into JMRI?
That is built into JMRI. So that is the JMRI auto dispatching that I'm using. And so that's what's powering this. So JMRI is the brains behind the dispatching. I've just written some simpler interfaces to make it easier to start and stop trains. And then, of course, to Big Brother JMRI to make sure it's not crashing.
Okay. And then you mentioned there's a button for auto train or when a human runs the train, but can you do both where the auto trains go and some humans run trains?
Correct. So you basically uncheck that box when you want a manual train. And if you want to create another train that's automatic, you just check the box again. So basically that box is looked at when you create the train. And then
Next
after the
train.
train's created, it's either manual or automatic. It doesn't change based on that box. It's just you set that box when you're creating that train.
Okay. At some point, you mentioned an NX point. Can you
Yes.
explain that concept?
So NX points basically allow you to set turnouts from point A to point B, and then it routes automatically all those turnouts from A to B. And so I'm using that term because my create wherever train basically does that, where I can go from point A to point B, and the layout sets all the turnouts, does all the passing based on what other trains are running to get from point A to point B.
Cool.
And that's built into JMRI. So you can use that big interface I showed earlier, which is the dispatcher create new train, and you can do that. But with my software, it's 2 clicks or 3 clicks versus 9 clicks. And it's just drop downs. And the drop downs don't give you stuff that won't work. I've made it very easy for myself.
Cool. And then I'm going to ask this question quickly and then ask you to, if you can do another demo for us.
Sure.
Would you be willing to share any of your Jython code, either on GitHub or another way? Because
I
we have some
haven't
people
yet.
here that's interested in.
Yeah, I'd be interested to link up with people personally if they'd like to see that. But maybe I can be done to the comments on the video or something. But yeah, my code isn't real pretty. It isn't real documented. So that's the issue. Like if my code gets shared, and I'd have to put a couple hours into documentation, which I haven't done. And so, but I'm happy to work person to person with it.
Okay. Did you try any other software before you found this in JMRI?
Yeah, I tried iTrains. I tried the paid version of JMRI, whatever that's called, the rail controller. And then there was another one I tried from Europe. But I didn't really like those. They were much more limited, and I kept coming back to JMRI. Even though it was a little buggy, JMRI had much more possibilities. And so I just stuck with JMRI and then wrote my Big Brother software to protect it.
Cool. So how about that other demo you wanted to show us?
Sure. Let me come back here. So we are right now with the trains running. I'm going to hit resume on these. You'll notice that the 300 has stopped, and you notice that I've got 2 trains running around the layout. But one cool demo just to show here, and I think what I wanted to do, what was I thinking? Oh yes, the local control. And so this is kind of a neat feature. So let me terminate my trains here. There we go. So let's say I want to manually operate this area of my layout. So I got 7517 sitting in the main, but I want to grant 7517 local control so I can back into the siding and do switching as we all do. I've created these buttons called local control. I click it, and we give it a moment. And notice what it's done is it's now moved these signals to ABS. So I now have a flashing red for this track. For my straight through, where 7517 is, it's got a medium approach because the next signal is red. That's ABS. And then here I've got a red. If I throw my turnout manually, which I can now, notice I've got clears on both sides because there's no real occupancy here. And so that's kind of a cool feature. Here I go back to the flashing red. And so, for instance, let me just put a car on the track here to flip the occupancy. So I just put a car on the ferry main. You'll notice now I have a flashing red here because it's saying, look, you've got something in the block next to you. Keep your eyeballs open. If I throw the turnout now, notice I've got a flashing red coming into the main because there's occupancy there, but I've got a yellow for the engine or whatever's here to come into the siding. If I take that car off the track, it moves back to normal occupancy as you would expect there. See, it just flipped. So this local control is kind of a cool feature, and it allows me to override the automation. And I think this is a really needed feature in JMRI that I can have this local control on top. I just turned it off. Notice all the occupancy came back. Because when local control is on in a modern dispatching software, it just shows occupied. And so kind of a neat feature. And I can hit all my local controls around the layout and put my layout in complete ABS mode. And you can do track warrants and stuff. So another little scripting trick, which is very nice, especially around my yards with the receiving tracks and stuff. I can set local controls and move trains in and out manually as well. So I think the best of both worlds. I have the manual plus the automatic running.
How do you get your sensor information into JMRI?
I'd be happy to show that. So in JMRI, if you go to Tools, Tables, Sensors, just to show you my sensors list here. Here we go. So for those familiar, I'm just going to go by sensor name here. IS here is my internal sensors. And so that's software sensors. All my blocks are attached to internal sensors. But then I also have my block sensors. And so here you can see, oops, let me go down here. The LS is for LocalNet. So I'm using LocalNet to bring my sensors in. And I have a local buffer connected to my computer via USB on its own dedicated line. So LS44 is a physical Watchman sensor with this. So let's just do storage 5, for instance. So storage 5 is LS37. But if I come up here, you'll notice I also have an in-block storage 5. Oops, in-block, where am I? Storage 5. In-block storage 5 is actually active because that's my internal sensor that my software is controlling. Remember, I showed the smart sensor. So the in-block is that smart sensor that's connected to the block. In fact, if I come here and hit inactive, you'll notice that this track just went inactive. If I hit active, it went active. But if I come down here to LS44, notice it's, storage 5, I'm sorry, 37. Notice it's inactive. The coil sensor is inactive, even though my panel is showing active because the power is off right now. If I click the power on, with that button, I can click the power on. Now it's active because the power is on. If I click the power off, the physical sensor is going to go off, but my smart sensor is going to say, no, power's off. It's bogus data. I'm not listening to you. I'm going to keep my layout on. So I just turned it off and it's staying active. Oh, there it goes inactive. But notice my occupancy is still on because of the smart sensor. So
Correct.
I'm using LocalNet. I'm also using Arduinos to bring sensor data in from both channels. And I've got all the software also making sensors in JMRI for my software internal sensors.
Now I notice you have a 2-second delay there.
Yes.
And then another 2-second on the software, the internal sensor. And that's how you get your 4 seconds by.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. I just decided to do that I wanted it to take a moment to release. It's just cleaner versus quick on, off, on, off. I just found a little delay. It's a little bit better. I could change that in a heartbeat, but that's what I like right now.
Cool. And then the big question is, how much time have you invested in
well,
this?
like any good model rotor, I haven't counted. But this has been a pretty big modeling project, and it's been multiple steps to get here. If you notice in my timeline, it took me about 18 months. And then I've tweaked a little bit in the past 2 months as well, just as I find little edge cases and stuff. But it took me a while. But on the next layout, it won't take me hardly any time because I've got everything written.
Correct.
Because this is made to transfer to other layouts. So other people could run PTC. Other people could run my little interfaces. Other people could use my smart sensors. It's made to transfer.
Wow.
Yeah.
Tim, thank you very, very much for your time. And I guess you need to keep your front door locked now because people are driving north. Not disclosing your location, but
yes,
guys, it's north.
It's very north. I'm not Canadian. I want to be clear about that. I'm not Canadian.
Robert says, I'm sure it's documented in a master's thesis somewhere.
Yes, yes. So,
cool.
But no, I'd be happy to come back if there'd be interest to show more step-by-step on some of the stuff, because I think the automated train running is so cool. And I think for a lot of layouts, to be able to automatically run 2 trains opposing and have them switching back and forth is such an awesome thing that all layouts should be able to do.
Okay, so me and Mark is at least going to contact you about helping us get the same thing going. So
I'd be happy to do it.
Now I know that you don't have time after this, so sorry for the guys who's heading to the breakout room. Tim is not sharing his secrets there tonight, so we'll catch him on another day.
I have to celebrate a mass. Catholic priest, got a mass coming up.
So thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Be safe. Welcome back after a mouthful of JMRI. I'm Speed at the bottom of the Helix. Our next presenter was once a Welshman. Does that sound right? Well, he's now living in Australia. He's been all over Australia filming layouts for years, preparing for a pandemic and beyond. So please sit back with a mug of coffee and enjoy some cab rides with Jerry Hopkins while he is hanging out at the New England Convention in Armidale, Australia.
When you go under this corner, you feel all the functions are turned on. And I hadn't touched the pen.
We're going to go red there because he's coming through on the main.
Remind me of bringing a high chair. Remind me of having a high chair next time.
That's what you look like from track level. I'm recording. That tells me I'm recording. And where it's a bit jerky here, it won't be on the recording.
Oh, I see.
That's a local problem, that's a wire problem.
Yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, you're there. You've got the camera car.
Can you stop him, John Deaver? Can you stop him?
You put that one away and I'll get this one down there.
You put the freedom up on the front, will you? What happened? That's gone. And the next carriage, when it goes The dry joint on the track. Yep. Just pull it all the way through until it's at the other end.
No, you keep going, mate.
You cover the tracks over to you. He's Tanya, transferring on the metal bracket on these angles and all that, so it's looking the right way. I'm hoping I'm recording on the chip. Oh, it doesn't matter. The next problem's over here.
Not that they're very outside.
Just easy around here.
You're leaning against five.
No, just make sure those two lights are right.
Yeah.
The design is good. Originally it was good, but he reused bits from the original rails 25 years ago. And he was up at Castle Hill, up in Dorset. And he's constantly on it. He's got these massive gaps away from the top. Yeah, see there? go through there.
There it comes. Yeah, we just came right round with the camera. There we go, and it's back here.
Post truck also.
I just got around getting the light.
Can we get you there?
Should leave it to remain on, shouldn't it? Slowly does it. Slowly. Stop the logo. Now how do you hook these up? Are you free?
Bloody hell. Magnet.
You got the brake on? Don't think so. But I'm going the wrong way.
Don't worry about turning the knob back, just press the brake, then change direction.
No, they should just topple up.
Oh! Isn't it magic? What, the knob goes either way?
Fenders up on the A4. Fenders up.
Yeah, it's going. A little bit quicker, I'd say. Quick. Maybe a bit better than that.
You go a little bit quicker than that.
1, 2.
Oh, that looks nice to it. Oh, well, we're coming around the front of it.
Oh, going to have to stop it. I have a train on this track up here. I'll stop it in the tunnel.
right on the line.
The image is better on the camera than on here.
It's stopped now. Anyway, you've got it.
So we're going to start to change. We've got 10 seconds. There's a little metal frame in the front. I hope you're watching out for signals. They shouldn't be showing. Oh, there's one starting. Because you're not going to. These are only little things. Got him! Ah, straight past the signal. Straight through the trying to trick me. Roger.
What I might do, I might say that one of the guys there was really keen to see it. He was a pharmacist and he gets fire on Saturday. No, that's in the winter. 2 weeks back. It was cycling as part of the course. Through Bankstown.
You go to Newcastle? Oh, you mean through the Alps? Oh, I don't know. That's too complicated for me. I only do Alps. I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. He had a call. The number of people that said they've been able to fly to Hamilton alone, actually to fly on your own plane by yourself, staying at home.
What was that thing?
That's what you need. Just spend yourself and throw you down. What? You reckon? Spend too much time in there.
At the moment she's still working, but she's going to start doing the evening.
Yeah.
So my days of free time might come to an end.
You'll be tired too, aren't you?
Yeah, but I can't spend all day here.
What's that like for you?
Guilty, doctor.
She could do all the medical work.
I saw the 41 class when we came in. I thought they
She likes gardening, fortunately. She's a big gardener. She's planted about 100 plants in the last year or so.
I don't mind it, but there's a limit to everything in my books. Oh, I get down to it, but
No, there is a limit. I've discovered 50 plants is my limit.
I got plenty of reasons for that too.
Where do we want to send it? Too late. Which way is he going? Ooh. No, he's going.
He's gone back in the crossing.
One step ahead of it.
Ah!
Just in time. Oh, that was quick.
Welcome back. That brings us to the end of our convention here for October 2022. The next one will be January 14th, not the usual fourth Saturday like usually, because there's something big happening in Springfield. So see you there, I guess. We want to apologize for the trouble we had with the Fir Trees Clinic. We have the contract signed, and Roger will create that for us so we can replay it during the January convention. And since me and Brad has nothing else to do for the rest of the night, we'll see you in the breakout room. And I believe the address is whereby.com. That's where, like in WHEREBY.com/OMRG. Outlawed Model Railroad Group. Brad, you want to say something?
I guess, well, this is the last show for the year for NMRAx. And next year, bigger and better, maybe, Speed. We might throw a few little variants in there. So if anyone's out there watching wants to do a clinic, reach out to Speed, me, anyone in the NMRA that knows us, and let us know. We'll pencil in for a clinic, and yeah, we'll see you next year, bigger and better.
So that would be Happy Thanksgiving, Merry Christmas, and a Happy New Year.
Correct. All the above.
Bye now.